Let's see if this thing lagging out or not. Yeah. All right. So, man, it just goes on and on and on. You know, it's like so many things to do in the computer age. No end to it. This artificial intelligence, man, it's taken over. There was way back early in the beginning of when I started streaming, I was going over the old Mad magazines, the original ones, and there's a sci-fi story. I think it's drawn by Wally Wood, and the guy's like, you know, these guys are like, they don't even walk. They go around in these little rocket chairs or whatever, you know, and they float around and everything. And they have artificial women and all this stuff. And this is back in the 50s, right? And the guy's like, I just had this revelation. I've got to tell you, you know, it's like, you remember how it all started when, you know, we started to have all these appliances and all the tasks that we would do, there'd be some appliance, you know, and eventually, you know, eventually everything was replaced. And then even the people that repaired the machines were replaced by the machines that repaired the machines that did the work for us. And then finally, those machines were repaired by bigger machines. And then finally, there was this one big, huge machine that repaired the machines that repaired the machines that repaired the machines that repaired the machines. That made everything work in our society. And then the master machine broke down. He was like, what if that happened? And then it happens. And it's the end of the world because nobody knows how to do anything anymore. Something to think about. Quantum guns. Stay away from me with these quantum guns. Oh, the fears of quantum gun. What the hell is that? I don't even want to know. It's like I learn about on the, you know, some people like they're real shoppers, you know, and they're like in the store looking at the weapon and evaluating and all that stuff like that. You know how I learn about these weapons? By when I get destructionalism behind it and destroy it. And that happened enough time, and then I go, dang, that thing does. And like when it kills me, right, I look at, oh, is it number 8? Is it number 6? Is it number 16? Right? Does it do a 500,000 damage? Right? Otherwise, I don't notice. Why should I? Ain't gonna buy it. Somebody give it to me, that'd be cool. They need to have gifting. So, but I don't know. You know, it's like I thought if I ever did spend money on this game, I would not spoil my classic first 2 accounts. I have some other accounts too. You know, I've never spent money on any of them. But if one day I decided, well, let me just go ahead and spend, see what happens. I need to name those pay to win. All right. So I'm still in this weird mood. So let's get this book going, man. Like, the labors of the Crusaders. Just the name of it, you know, those that fight for the cruce in Crusader is for the cross. All right. You killed Jesus, so we're gonna kill you, or you don't, you know, you don't believe in Jesus, so you must die, because he's the king. Man, I don't want no damn king. He can go back where he came from, into the dust of the ground. I'm against monarchy. The hell with that, man. Um, it's a trip though. It's like the way people think and how time passes, and it's like so revealing. How they thinking is messed up in the head. You know, this guy that wrote this book about the Crusades, it's got a lot of good information in it. It does stuff you want to. It's tantalizing. You want to go and it's like, because he's talking about older historians that he was researching from. And yet his mindset, he's a monarchist too. He's like, it's glorious. The partaking of the glory of killing people that's not part of my religion. I had this lady too, it's one of these really open-minded, I hate to use the word liberal, but maybe because, it means so many different things to so many different people. It's like it's almost a meaningless word. But, very open-minded. And she's talking about, well, there's some good things about the Templars. And I cannot believe you said that. They good to each other, right? Kissy, huggy, friends with each other because they all stole some money and they sharing it with each other. I'll guard your money here in this fortress while you go and steal some more, and you give me a little bit of it when you steal it and come back. Yeah, they love each other and they're good to each other and elevate each other and talk about each other holy and stuff like that. No, man, ain't nothing good about us. It's a real animalistic, barbaristic. That's what it is, of garbage, the Templars, and good riddance to them. And if you get involved in that, man, you need to go into jail now, because that's where you're going. Get on up in there, and don't come around my Walmart with your dang AR-15, crazy fool. I don't even like to go to Walmart anymore. I never have really liked to go to Walmart, but they took over. Yeah, the Walmart effect. Have you read that
The
book?
Crusaders. And they at length earnestly pressed Richard to march towards Jerusalem. He was obliged to yield to their impatience and led them as far as Bethanopolis, 347, situated between Ascalon and the capital of Palestine. At the approach of the Franks, Saladin ordered all the country through which their army must pass to be laid waste. By the commands of the Sultan, the ramparts of Ramallah and Lydda, with the fortress of Nutro, were demolished. All the routes which led to Jerusalem were guarded by Mussulman cavalry, who unceasingly harassed the Christians and prevented their receiving provisions from Ptolemy or other maritime cities. In proportion with their approximation to Jerusalem, the enthusiasm and ardor of the Crusaders increased. But Richard and most of the leaders did not at all partake of the impatience of the soldiers. The Christian army was only 1 day's march from the seacoast, and yet want of provisions began to be sensibly felt. If in the plains of Ptolemy, where the Crusaders could look for provisions to the Mediterranean, they had experienced all the horrors of famine, what miseries had they not reason to expect under the walls of Jerusalem? Mussulman troops were encamped in the plains of Jericho and Hebron, and in the country of Nablus, and had the power at all times to throw succor into Jerusalem if that city were besieged by the Christians. Winter, besides, was beginning to create a dread of contagious diseases. The leaders of the army were divided among themselves, and even the sight of danger could scarcely bring them to act in concert. All these circumstances produced doubt and irresolution in the minds of Richard, and the most prudent of the barons and knights. Richard entertained hopes that Saladin would come and offer him battle, and that a victory would at once throw open the gates of Jerusalem to him. But the Sultan, who had proved the strength and bravery of the Christians at Arcer, was not willing to expose his conquests to the hazard of a battle. Richard, on his part, dreaded the perils and fatigues of a protracted siege, and suddenly led back his army to the plains of Ascalon. The multitude of the Crusaders, who were ignorant of or did not appreciate the motives of the King of England, only obeyed him with murmurs, and most of the leaders, declared enemies of Richard, mingled their complaints with those of the soldiers. Several dissatisfied Crusaders deserted the standards which no longer pointed out to them the road to Jerusalem. Whilst the army was marching despondently back to the plains of Ascalon, the Genoese and Pisans, continually at variance, broke into open war within the walls of Ptolemy. Conrad took part with the Genoese, whilst the King of England as eagerly defended the Pisans, and terminated his civil war by forcing Conrad and the Genoese to retreat to the city of Tyre. Amidst these sanguinary disputes, Conrad, who had an ambassador at the court of Saladin, unable longer to endure the authority of Richard, entered into an alliance with the Mussulmans. Saladin, by treaty, abandoned to the Marquis of Tyre all the cities the latter might take from the Christians, and promised to aid him in his conquests, only reserving the booty for the Mussulman soldiers. This treaty, dictated by hatred to Richard, was the signal for the death of Conrad. A very short time afterwards the Marquis of Tyre perished by an unknown hand. English authors assert that Conrad had had quarrels with the chief of the Ismailians, and that he was assassinated by the orders of this redoubtable enemy. 2 young slaves left the voluptuous gardens, in which their master had brought them up to execute his vengeance. They arrived at Tyre, and, in order to conceal their purpose the better, received baptism. They engaged themselves in the service of Conrad, and remained 6 months about his person, apparently only occupied in offering up prayers to the God of the Christians. One day, as a Marquis was coming from dining with the Bishop of Beauvais, the 2 Ismailians attacked him, and wounded him mortally. Whilst the people congregated tumultuously, one of the assassins fled into a neighboring church, into which, likewise, the bleeding Marquis was borne. The Ismailian, who had concealed himself, suddenly rushed through the crowd, and again falling upon Conrad, struck him repeatedly with his dagger, till he was quite dead. The 2 assassins were seized, and both died amidst tortures, without uttering a single groan, or naming the person who had employed them to take away the life of the Marquis of Tyre. 348. The continuator of Tabari says that Saladin had offered the old man of the mountains 10,000 pieces of gold if he would cause the Marquis of Tyre and the King of England to be assassinated. But the Prince of the Mountain, adds the same historian, did not think proper to deliver Saladin entirely from his war with the Franks, and only performed half of that which had been required of him. The Christians did not attribute the death of Conrad to Saladin, but many among them accused Richard of it. A short time after the murder, a letter was published, in which the Lord of the Mountain avowed himself to be the author of the assassination. But this letter bore no character of authenticity about it. The savage Lord of the Mountain could not write, and could have no interest in making the apology of a Christian prince. 349. The King of England himself strengthened the public suspicions by taking possession of Tyre, and giving the widow of Conrad in marriage to his nephew, the Count of Champagne. However it may be, this accusation, which was accredited among the Christians, announced plainly the idea they entertained of the character of Richard. The account of the death of Conrad soon reached Europe, and Philip Augustus, dreading the same fate, no longer appeared in public without being surrounded by a guard. The court of France accused Richard of the blackest attempts. But it is probable that Philip, on this occasion, showed more fear than he really felt, in order to render his rival the more odious, and to arm against him the hatred of the Pope and the indignation of all the princes of Christendom. After the death of Conrad, Richard had no rivals to suspect, or enemies to fight with among the Christians. The opinion even was entertained of his character only served to augment his authority by creating a dread of his hatred or vengeance. He took advantage of a moment in which Saladin disbanded part of his army to get possession of the castle of Dargham, built upon the confines of Palestine, towards Egypt. He undertook several other enterprises, which spread terror and surprise among the Saracens. And, all at once, to satisfy the wishes of the Crusaders, marched towards Jerusalem, in which city Saladin had shut himself up with all the troops he could gather together. At the approach of the Christians, the Sultan convoked his emirs, and made them swear, on the stone of Jacob, to be buried beneath the ruins of the city rather than yield it up to the soldiers of Richard. The Christian army encamped at the foot of the mountains of Judea, all the passes of which were guarded by the troops of Saladin and the Saracen peasants of Nablus and Hebron. As Richard drew near to Jerusalem, his aversion to the idea of allowing the Duke of Austria and the Duke of Burgundy to share in such a glorious conquest increased. Whilst they were not at all willing to assist the King of England in an enterprise that would so much augment his pride and renown, every time that he proposed to proceed against the holy city, the zeal of the leaders of the army appeared to cool. 350, and when Richard sought to defer the conquest, most of them endeavored to arouse the enthusiasm of the Crusaders, and repeated the oath they had taken to deliver the tomb of Christ. Thus the proximity to Jerusalem, which ought to have united the Christians more firmly, only served to increase their divisions and spread trouble, disorder, and discouragement through the whole army. The Christians were but a few leagues from Jerusalem, and the council assembled to determine what steps must be taken. Many of the leaders thought that they ought at once to besiege the city, and spoke of the consternation of the Mussulmans. The soldiers of Saladin said they had not forgotten the evils of Ptolemy, and trembled at the idea of again shutting themselves within the ramparts of a city. Fugitives from Jerusalem had informed them that the presence even of Saladin could not keep up the spirits of the soldiers, and that all the inhabitants, seized with terror, were upon the point of flying to Damascus. They who maintained an opposite opinion, among whom was Richard, thought that the reports spread regarding the disposition of the Mussulmans were but a snare of Saladin's, by which he hoped to lure the Crusaders into places in which he could destroy them without fighting. At the moment in which we are speaking, said they, the Mussulman cavalry surround the plain on which our army is encamped. It is difficult and dangerous to advance across the mountains of Judea. The roads, bordered by precipices, are, in many places, cut through the solid rock, and are dominated by steep heights, from which ill-armed peasants will be sufficient to crush, or at least to stop the columns of the Christians. How are we to transport through such narrow passes our baggage, our machines, or our munitions of war? If our bravery should succeed in surmounting all these difficulties, will it be easy to keep up our communications with the coast? If we are conquered, how shall we make our retreat, pursued by the army of Saladin? Opinions continue to be divided. The King of England wished to retreat to Ascalon, whilst the Dukes of Austria and Burgundy warmly maintained that they ought to march towards Jerusalem. 24 knights were selected to determine upon the course that was to be adopted, and the Christian army awaited their decision with an impatience mingled with fear. After having deliberated for some time, the 24 knights concluded that the army could not pursue its march without danger, and that the most prudent plan would be to retreat towards the sea coast. Richard, after having given the order for retreat, whether he was sincerely afflicted, or whether he wished to regain the confidence and esteem of the Crusaders, turned towards Jerusalem with his eyes filled with tears, and covering his face with his buckler, declared himself unworthy to behold a city that he could not conquer. The Crusaders once more turned their backs upon Jerusalem, which they had sworn so often and so solemnly to deliver, the soldiers totally unable to comprehend the policy or intentions of their leaders. Richard, who had led the Christian army towards the holy city, might at least be accused of want of determination of purpose. 351. The uncertainty of his plans completed the destruction of the confidence which his skill and great military talents had created. and the despair of the Crusaders put an end to the fear of a chief they no longer loved. Discord broke out with fresh fury. Such as remained partisans of Richard reproached his enemies with misleading the spirit of the army. But all parties mutually accused each other of favoring the cause of the infidels. As is generally the case in unsuccessful wars, perfidy and treachery were the subjects most current among the Crusaders. The most violent complaints were uttered against Richard, who replied to his enemies in a strain of high-minded bravery, worthy of an Amadis or a Roland. At the head of a weak detachment, he took a convoy of 7,000 camels on the way to Jerusalem. On another occasion, going on board a vessel with a few knights, he landed at Jaffa, where the banners of Saladin floated over the towers and ramparts. He pursued the conquerors sword in hand and forced them to abandon their temporary conquest. A few days after, the King of England, with a troop of his chosen knights, attacked a body of 7,000 Mussulman horse. He rushed in amongst them, and with a stroke of his saber struck, dead at his feet the leader of the Saracens, who all appeared stupefied and motionless with surprise and fear. But all these perils and all this glory were lost for the cause of the Christians. Richard became every day more odious to his associates. The Duke of Burgundy with the French retired discontented to Ptolemy. The Germans, commanded by the Duke of Austria, quitted Palestine, and Richard remained alone with the English. 352. Hitherto the King of England, as he himself told the ambassadors of Saladin, had taken but little interest in the deliverance of the holy places, and had only performed such prodigies of valor to increase his fame in the Christian world. A desire to efface the glory of Philip, much more than a zeal for religion, governed him in his contests with the Saracens. He underwent the labors of the Holy War in the hope that his exploits in Palestine would assist him in triumphing over his rivals and enemies beyond the seas. But as he began to fear being left without an army, and dreaded the enterprises of Philip and the plots of his brother John against his European states, he determined to resume his negotiations with Saladin. The very thoughts that harassed his mind, the shame of not having conquered Jerusalem, the fear of losing his own kingdom, made him adopt and reject resolutions of the most opposite nature. At one time he determined upon returning to Europe without making peace at all. First he supplicated, then demonized Saladin, and endeavored to frighten him by spreading a report that the Pope was about to arrive in Palestine with an army of 200,000 Crusaders. Winter had not yet passed away, and the passage of the Mediterranean was not without danger. "The sea is stormy," wrote he one day to Saladin, "but I will brave its tempests and return to Europe if you are disposed to make peace. But if you still desire war, I will brave all its perils, and will lay siege to Jerusalem." Saladin was encamped in the vicinity of Ramla, and called his emirs together to deliberate upon the proposals of Richard. "Up to this period," said he, "we have fought with glory, and the cause of Islamism has triumphed by our arms. I fear that death may surprise me during a peace, and may prevent my terminating the good work we have begun. Since God gives us victory, he commands us to continue the war, and we ought to obey his will." Most of the emirs applauded the courage and firmness of Saladin, but they represented to him that the cities were without defense, and the provinces were devastated. The fatigues of war had weakened the Mussulman army. The horses wanted forage, and provisions for the soldiers were dearer than gold. "If we reduce the Franks to despair," added they may still overcome us, and wrest all our victories from our hands. It is wise to observe the maxim of the Quran, which orders us to grant peace to our enemies when they ask it. Peace will give us time to fortify our cities, to recruit our forces, and resume the war with advantage, when the Franks, always faithless in treaties, will offer us fresh pretexts for attacking them. Saladin plainly perceived by the speech of his emirs that the greater part of the Saracen warriors were beginning to lose the ardor and zeal they had evinced for the cause of Islamism. The Sultan was abandoned by several of his auxiliaries, and dreaded the appearance of division in his own empire. The armies were close to each other, and the dust which arose from the two camps, says an Arabian author, mingled in the air and formed but one cloud. Neither the Christians nor the Mussulmans showed the least impatience to go beyond the boundaries of their ramparts and ditches, and both being equally tired of the war, it became the interest of the two leaders to make peace. The disposition of the minds of the combatants, with the impossibility of pursuing any warlike enterprises, at length led to the adoption of a truce for 3 years and 8 months. 353. It was determined that Jerusalem should be open to the devotion of the Christians, and that they should hold all the sea coast from Jaffa to Tyre. The Saracens and the Christians had both claims upon Ascalon, which was considered as a key to Egypt, and which the Arabs called the spouse of Syria. To terminate these disputes, it was agreed that the city should be again demolished. It is not unworthy of remark that not a word was said about the true cross, which had been the subject of the first negotiations, and for which Richard had sent several ambassadors to Saladin. The principal leaders of the two armies swore, on the one side upon the Quran, and on the other upon the Gospel, to observe the conditions of the treaty. Royal Majesty assumed something more imposing and august than even the sanctity of an oath, for the Sultan and the King of England contented themselves with giving their word and touching the hands of the ambassadors. All the Mussulman and Christian princes of Syria were invited to sign the treaty concluded between Richard and Saladin. Among those who were called upon to be guarantees of the peace, neither the Prince of Antioch, who had taken little share in the war, nor the chief of the Ismailians, the enemy of both Christians and Mussulmans, was forgotten. Guy de Lusignan alone was not named in the treaty. This prince enjoyed a momentary importance from the dissensions he had given birth to, and sunk into oblivion as soon as fresh subjects of discord arose among the Crusaders. Despoiled of his kingdom, he attained that of Cyprus, a far more real possession, but for which he was obliged to pay the Templars, to whom Richard had sold it. Palestine was ceded to Henry, Count of Champagne, the new husband of that Isabella, who appeared to be promised to all the pretenders to the crown of Jerusalem, and who, by a singular destiny, had married 3 kings without being able to ascend a throne. 354. The conclusion of the peace was celebrated by tournaments and festivities, in which the Mussulmans and Christians laid aside the fanaticism and hatred which had led them to shed so much blood. Most of the warriors of the West, by the invitation of Saladin, visited the holy places they had been unable to deliver, and then embarked for Europe. At the moment of departure, the French lost the Duke of Burgundy, who fell sick and died in the city of Tyre, as he was preparing to leave Palestine. Thus finished this Third Crusade, in which all the Western powers in arms obtained no greater advantages in the taking of Ptolemy and the demolition of Ascalon. In it Germany lost, without glory, one of the greatest of its emperors and the finest of its armies. If we may believe Arabian authors, 600,000 crusaders appeared before Ptolemy, and scarcely 100,000 of these warriors saw their native country again. Europe had the greater reason to deplore the losses of this war, from the fact of her armies having been so much better composed than in preceding expeditions. Criminals, adventurers, and vagabonds had been strictly excluded from the ranks. All that the West could boast of the most noble and illustrious of its warriors had taken up arms. The crusaders that contended with Saladin were better armed and better disciplined than any that preceded them in Palestine. The foot soldiers employed the crossbow, which had been neglected or prohibited in the Second Crusade. Their cuirasses and their bucklers covered with thick leather defied the arrows of the Saracens. And on the field of battle, soldiers were often seen bristling with arrows and darts, wounded as compared to porcupines, still keeping their ranks and fighting bravely. The Saracens had likewise made some progress in the art of war, and began to resume the use of the lance, which they did not employ when the first Crusaders arrived in Syria. The Muslim armies were not confused multitudes. They remained longer under their banners, and fought with less disorder. The Kurds and Turks surpassed the Franks in the art of attacking and defending cities and castles. The Mussulmans had, besides, more than one advantage over the Crusaders. They made war upon their own territories and in their own climate. They were under the command of one single leader, who communicated the same spirit to all, and only presented to them one cause to defend. In this crusade the Franks appear to be more polished than they had been till that time. Great monarchs making war against each other, without ceasing to give evidences of mutual esteem and generous feeling, with a new spectacle for the world. Subjects following, example of their princes, and lost beneath the tent much of their barbarism. The Crusaders were sometimes admitted to the table of Saladin, and emirs received at that of Richard. By thus mingling together, Saracens and Christians might make a happy exchange of usages, manners, knowledge, and even virtues. The Christians, rather more enlightened than during the first Crusades, stood in less need of excitement from the visions of fanaticism. The passion for glory was for them almost as powerful a principle as religious enthusiasm. Chivalry also made great progress in this crusade. It was held in such honor, and the title of knight was so glorious, even in the eyes of the infidels, that Saladin did not disdain to be decorated with it. The sentiment of honor, and the humanity which is inseparable from it, often dried tears that the disasters of war had caused to flow. Tender and virtuous passions associated themselves in the minds of heroes with the austere maxims of religion and the sanguinary images of battle. Amidst the corruption of camps, love, by inspiring the knights and troubadours who had taken the cross with noble and delicate sentiments, preserved them from the seductions of gross debauchery. More than one warrior, animated by the remembrance of beauty, caused his bravery to be greatly admired, whilst fighting against the Saracens. It was in this crusade that the Chatelain de Coucy fell, mortally wounded, by the side of King Richard. In a song, which is still extant, he had bid adieu to friends, saying that he went to the Holy Land to obtain three things of inestimable value to a knight: paradise, glory, and the love of his mistress. 355, a chronicle of the Middle Ages relates that after he had received a mortal wound and was about to breathe his last sigh, the faithful Chatelain first confessed himself to the legate of the Pope, and then charged his squire to bear his heart to the Lady de File. The last commands of Coucy, and the horrible banquet that a cruel husband caused to be served up to the victim of his jealousy, show at once what chivalry could inspire of the most touching kind, and that which the manners of the 12th century could exhibit of the most barbarous. 356. The troubadours celebrated in their songs the chivalric love of the noble Chatelaine, and the despair of the beautiful de Vergy, when she learned she had eaten the heart of her faithful knight. If we may believe old chronicles, the Lord de File, pursued by remorse and the opinion of his contemporaries, was obliged to go to the Holy Land to expiate his crime and the death of his unfortunate wife. In this crusade, in which so many knights render themselves illustrious, two men acquired an immortal glory, one by a useless bravery in qualities more brilliant than solid, the other by real.
So losing my internet connection. Yeah. Oh well.
Successes and virtues that might have served as models to Christians. The name of Richard remained during a century the terror of the East, and the Saracens and Turks celebrated him in their proverbs a long time after the Crusades. He cultivated letters, and merited a place among the troubadours. But the arts did not at all soften his character. It was his ferocity as well as his courage that procured him the surname of Coeur de Lion. Carried away by the inconstancy of his inclinations, he often changed his projects, his affections, and his principles of action. He sometimes braved religion, and very often devoted himself to its service. Sometimes incredulous, as often superstitious. Measureless, in his hatred as in his friendship, he was extravagant in everything, and only showed himself constant in his love for war. The passions which animated him scarcely ever permitted his ambition to have an aim or a determinate object. His imprudence, his presumption, and the unsteadiness of his plans made him lose the fruits of his exploits. In a word, the hero of this crusade is more calculated to excite surprise than to create esteem, and appears to belong less to history than to the romances of chivalry. With less rashness and bravery than Richard, Saladin possessed a more firm character, one far better calculated to carry on a religious war. He paid more attention to the results of his enterprises. More master of himself, he was more fit to command others. When mounting the throne of the Atabeeks, Saladin obeyed rather his destiny than his inclinations. But when once firmly seated, he was governed by only two passions, that of reigning, and that of securing the triumph of the Quran. On all other subjects he was moderate, and when a kingdom or the glory of the Prophet was not in question, the son of Ayub was admired as the most just and mild of Mussulmans. We may add that the stern devotion 357 and ardent fanaticism that made him take up arms against the Christians only rendered him cruel and barbarous in one single instance. He displayed the virtues of peace amidst the horrors of war. From the bosom of Khams, says an Oriental poet, he covered the nations with the wings of his justice, and poured upon his cities the plenteous showers of his liberality. The Mussulmans, always governed by fear, 358, were astonished that a sovereign could inspire them with so much love, and followed him with joy to battle. His generosity, his clemency, and particularly his respect for an oath, were often the subjects of admiration to the Christians, whom he rendered so miserable by his victories, and of whose power in Asia he had completed the overthrow. 359. The Third Crusade, which was so glorious for Saladin, was not entirely without advantages for Europe. Many crusaders on the way to Palestine stopped in Spain, and by their victories over the Moors, prepared the deliverance of the kingdoms situated beyond the Pyrenees. A great number of Germans, as in the Second Crusade, prevailed upon by the solicitations of the Pope, made war upon the barbarous inhabitants of the shores of the Baltic, and thus, by useful exploits, extended the limits of the Christian Republic in the West. As in this war, the greater part of the Crusaders went to Palestine by sea, the art of navigation made a sensible advance. The maritime nations of Europe acquired an accession of prosperity, their fleets become more formidable, and they were able, with glory, to dispute the empire of the sea with the Saracens. In several states of Europe, commerce and the spirit of the holy wars contributed to the enfranchisement of the lower classes. Many serfs, upon becoming free, took up arms. It was not one of the least interesting spectacles of this crusade to see the standards of several cities of France and Germany floating in the Christian army amongst the banners of lords and barons. This crusade was particularly beneficial to France, from which it banished both civil and foreign wars. By prolonging the absence of the great vassals and the enemies of the kingdom, it weakened their power, and gave Philip Augustus authority to levy imposts, even upon the clergy. It afforded him an opportunity of surrounding his throne with a faithful guard, to keep up regular armies, and prepare, though at a distance. 360. That victory of Bovines which proved so fatal to the enemies of France. A long captivity awaited Richard on his return to Europe. The vessel in which he embarked was shipwrecked on the coast of Italy, and fearing to pass through France, he took the route of Germany, concealed under the habit of a simple pilgrim. His liberality betrayed the monarch, and as he had enemies everywhere, he was seized by the soldiers of the Duke of Austria. Leopold had not sufficient generosity to forget the outrages received from Richard at the siege of Ptolemy, and detained him prisoner. It was not known in Europe what had become of King Richard, when a gentleman of Arras, named Blondel, set out in search of his master, and traversed Germany in the dress and with the lyre of a minstrel. On his arrival before a castle, in which, it was said, languished an illustrious captive, Blondel began to sing the first couplet of a song which he had composed in conjunction with Richard. From the top of a high tower a voice answered him, and sang the second couplet. 361, then the faithful troubadour returned into England to announce that he had discovered the prison of the king. The Duke of Austria, terrified at this discovery, did not dare to detain longer his redoubtable captive in his own hands and gave him up to the Emperor of Germany. Henry VI, who had likewise insults to revenge, was rejoiced to get Richard in his power and kept him in chains, as if he had made him a prisoner in the field of battle. The hero of the crusade, who had filled the world with his renown, was cast into a dark dungeon and remained a long time a victim to the vengeance of his enemies, and they were Christian princes. He was brought before the German Diet, assembled at Worms, where he was accused of all the crimes that hatred and envy could invent. But the spectacle of a king in chains was so affecting that no one durst condemn Richard, and when he offered his justification, the bishops and nobles melted into tears and besought Henry to treat him with less injustice and rigor. Queen Eleanor implored all the powers of Europe for the release of her son. The complaints and tears of a mother touched the heart of Celestini, who had recently ascended the chair of St. Peter. The Pope several times demanded the liberty of the King of England, and even excommunicated the Duke of Austria and the Emperor. But the thunders of the Church had so often been launched against the thrones of Germany that they no longer inspired fear. Henry braved the anathemas of the Holy See. The captivity of Richard lasted another year, and he only obtained his liberty after engaging to pay a considerable ransom. His kingdom, which he had ruined at his departure for the Holy Land, exhausted itself to hasten his return. And England gave up even her sacred vases to break the chains of her monarch. He was received with enthusiasm by the English. His adventures, which drew tears, obliterated the remembrance of his cruelties, and Europe only recollected his exploits and his misfortunes. After the truce made with Richard, Saladin retired to Damascus, where he enjoyed his glory but 1 year. The Orientals celebrate the edifying manner in which he died, distributing his alms or benevolences to Muslims and Christians alike. Before he expired, he ordered one of his officers to carry his shroud through the streets of his capital, and to cry with a loud voice, "Behold all that Saladin, who overcame the East, bear the way of his conquests." Scarcely had he ceased to breathe, when nothing remained but a vain remembrance of his laws and his victories. His death was attended by that which so frequently happens in Oriental monarchies, where nothing is regulated concerning the succession, where victory appears to be the most legitimate title, and where too numerous offspring await the death of the prince in fear, servitude, and in ignorance of the affairs of the state. Saladin only left behind him slaves intimidated by his glory and his boundless power, who divided his authority among them, but could not support the weight of it. 12 of his sons and relatives succeeded him and disputed the sovereignty. Malik Adel, the brother of the Sultan and companion in his exploits, profited by the inexperience of his nephews and took possession of Egypt and Mesopotamia. The most powerful of the emirs followed his example and shared the cities and provinces amongst them. Asia then beheld that empire fall to decay, which, raised for the ruin of the Christians, had, in its growth and progress, twice roused all the nations of the West to arms. And OF Volume 1. Footnotes. 1. The Corbeau et Marinard. 2. Anna Komnena, History of the Emperor Alexius. 3. History of the Holy War made by the French and other Christians for the deliverance of Judea and the Holy Sepulchre, composed in Greek and French by Yves Duchat, a Trojan. This history is translated almost literally from the History of the Culti, entitled De Bello Sacro. 4. See the letter of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, translated into Latin and commented on by Casaubon. Saint Augustine and Saint Jerome himself raised their voices against the abuses of pilgrimages. See the first of the appendix, in which is an abridgment of the pilgrimage of Saint Jerome and Saint Eusebius of Cremona. 5. See, in the appendix at the end of the volume, a bibliographical, historical, and geographical analysis of the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. by M. Wagner. This piece throws great light upon ancient geography and that of the Middle Ages. 6. This festival is known under the name of the Exaltation of the Holy Cross and is celebrated on the 14th of September. 7. The Voyage of Saint Anthony is found in 3 very ancient manuscripts, which may be consulted in the Imperial Library. It has been printed also in a small volume in 4-2. See the appendix. The Relation of the Pilgrimage of Saint Arculfus, arranged by Adaman in 690, was published by Gretzer of Ingolstadt, 1619, in 4-2, under this title, De Locuis Terrae Sanctae. It has since been published by Mabillon. 8. Lucida Plurum Respiditavala. William of Tyre. 9. A capitulary of Charlemagne, of the year 810, is conceived in these terms: the Elemus Numitenda ad Jerusalem Proctor Ecclesias, de Restaurandas. Ob hoc Maximes Egenerd, Transmarinorum, regem amicitius expedens, ad Christianis sub eorum dominatude gentibus, refugerium aliquod ac relevatia proveneret. Vita Corelli Magni, cap. 27, pages 101, edit. Of Brito, 12 Mill. Helmstadt, 1806. 10. Claves sepulchri domini, claves idiom civitatis et montes cum, vexillo decelerant. William of Tyre. 11. A relation of this pretended voyage may be found in the old Chronicles. Sunudi and Robert Godwin have mentioned it, without doubt, from traditions existing in their time. 12. At the commencement of the 9th century, pilgrims flocked thither, quite from the extremities of Europe. Dickel, who wrote in Ireland in the year 825, gives several details. Fidelis Frater. Naravicoram, me. Quod adorationis causa in Jerlm. Jerusalem Vorici, it Latia Britannia Uscat Milam Velificoverand. Dickel, De Mensura, Orbis, edit. Wagner, pages 17. 13. Ibi Hebeter Hospitali, in quos Sapienter onsque cosa, devotionis illimadum locum, lingua loquentes Romana, qui agiset, Ecclesia in honor sanctae Marisse. Nobilissimum habent bibliocum, studia praedictim Paratoris Corelli Magni. This passage is taken from the voyage of the monk Bernard to the Holy Land. This monk was a Frenchman by birth. He set out for Palestine in 870 with 2 other monks, one of whom was of the monastery of Saint Innocent, in the country of Benevento, and the other a Spanish monk. See an account of this pilgrimage in the appendix. 14. Alicosa negotiationis acti, alicosa devotionis et peregrinationis. J. de Vitry. Quod Latini devotionis gratia aut, negotiationis advenientas. Sunudi. Non defuerunt the uxat in talibus, multiqui loqua sancta, licet in hostium punt state redacta, aut, devotionis, aut quel merciarum, auditriis gratia, visitrant, aliquotes. William of Tyre. Diversarum gentium undit pro, inumera multitudo, 15 dies Septembris anniversaria mor, in Hierosolymam convenir solit ad commercia mutuis conditionibus et emcinibus per agenda. Voyage of St. Arculfus. 15. There is an excellent dissertation, by M. de Curtens, upon the commerce of the French in the Levant before the Crusades, in the 37th vol of the Memoires de l'Académie des Inscriptions. 16. Mohammed. 17. Lebeau, in his History of the Lower Empire, relates, after contemporary historians, an incident which plainly shows what was the spirit of the Greeks at that time. A small town of Cilicia being invaded by the Saracens, the curate of the place, named Emil, was saying mass at the time. At the noise which he hears he descends, briskly from the altar, without taking off his pontificals, arms, himself with a hammer which served for a bell in many Eastern churches, goes straight to meet the enemy, wounds, knocks down, crushes all that he meets, and puts the rest to flight. Although he had delivered his town from an invasion of the Saracens, the curate was censured and suspended by his bishop. He was so ill-treated that he sought refuge with the Saracens, and embraced the religion of Mohammed. 18. We owe a great portion of these details to an ancient Armenian manuscript, composed in the 12th century by Matthew of Edessa, several fragments of which have been translated into French by Messrs. Martin and Chien de Servier. These fragments were printed under the title, Historical Details of the First Expedition of the Christians into Palestine, under the Emperor Zimisces. In the appendix of this history is an interesting letter from Zimisces to the King of Armenia. 19. The second memoir of the Avigny upon Palestine may be read here. This estimable scholar speaks of the different dynasties which, at this period, had by turns conquered Jerusalem. We have felt that all these details, though quite in their place in a memoir, would only interrupt the course of our narration without furnishing the reader with any useful information. 20. Whilst reading the letter of Zimisces, which gives an account of these events, we feel astonished that he does not show more eagerness to see Jerusalem. But such was the character of the Greeks, that they set more value on the acquisition of relics, which were borne in triumph to Constantinople, than in delivering the Holy City and the tomb of Christ. It is thence apparent that this expedition was not at all directed by the same spirit as the Crusades. 21. It ida pro fratribus animam ponens, cum pietator missionem, exit optimum, habens perfidum gradiam. William of Tyre. The translator of the Latin historian Dupro thus renders the thought of the original, thus, giving up his life for his brothers, exchanged the misery of this world for a happy eternal repose, and received the high reward prepared for all lovers of perfect charity. 22. It was pretended that the 1,000 years of which the scripture speaks were about to be accomplished, and that the end of the world was approaching. In an act of donation made by Saint Gerard, Baron d'Irlec, are these words, a propinquanti mundi termino. 23. These and the following details have been drawn from the accounts of several pilgrimages in Babylon, in the Recueil des Palantists, and the Chronicles of the Times. 24. These mountains, called Mons Tegumentis Jovis, now bear the names of the great and little Saint Bernard. When Saint Bernard founded these two hospitals, the inhabitants of the Alps were still idolaters, and the Saracens had penetrated into the Valais, for they constantly annoyed the march of the pilgrims. 25. William, Duke of Normandy 917, Richard I 943, and Richard II sent considerable sums into Syria. See Glaber, Lib. I cap. 4. Ducking, though if. 26. Non-current Mala, Sublegem Erum Adam Plurcupion. Gilbard. The account of the pilgrimage of Saint Gilbard Villabaldus, drawn up by a nun of Heidenheim, and his relation, is to be found in the Acta Sanctorum Mort. Sanct. Ben. Seculi 3, Part 2. 27. The account of the pilgrimage of Fatmund, drawn up by an anonymous monk of Redon, is inserted in the Acta Sanctorum Ordin. Sanct. Ben. Seculi 4, Part 2. 28. The aggregated history of the Annals and Chronicles of Anjou, which describes the pilgrimages of Falb, relates an incident which appears to deserve to be known, for the full relation of which we refer to the appendix. A Latin chronicle, entitled Gesta Consulum Antiquum Specilitium Tom. X. Pages 465, relates the same fact, with more brevity and some circumstantial differences. Dixerunt, nulla modo ad sepulchrum etatum pervenir possit nisi super, illeret crucem dominicam mingerit. Quod vir prudens licet invitus, adduit. Quasita igitur areatus physica, purgata et mundata, et optimo, vena repleta, quaediam et interregis femora posita est, it comes, disculcatus ad sepulchrum domini accessit, venung super sepulchrum, feudit, it sic ad libitum cum saucius omnibus intrevit, it fusus multis, lacrimis puravit. 29. The pilgrimage of Frederick is related by Dom Calmet, Vol. I. P. 1072, of the Civil History of Lorraine. It is to be found also in the History of the Bishops of Lorraine, Vol. I pages 203, 205. 30. See the life of Saint Helena in the 7th volume of the month of July, pages 332, 333 of the Bollandists. 31. Raoul Glaber bestows great praise on this pilgrim, named Lethal, who, says he, was not one of these who go to Jerusalem to court admiration at Solomoto Mirables Habanter. 32. This pilgrimage of Liebert, or Liebert, is described in his life, written by Raoul Rodolphus, his contemporary. See Vol. Month of June, pages 595, 605 of the Bollandists. 33. Ingulphus, a Norman monk, who had accompanied the pilgrims who left Normandy, has made the relation of this pilgrimage. The account of Ingulphus has been copied almost literally by Baronius. An account of the same pilgrimage is likewise to be found in the Chronicle of Marius Scotus, pages 429, 430. 34. It would have been easy for me to have spoken of a great number of other pilgrimages undertaken before the Crusades. An abridgment of the most interesting accounts will be found in the appendix at the end of this volume. 35. A picture of the excesses and shameless debaucheries committed by the Turks after the conquest of Asia Minor may be found in a letter of Alexis, quoted by the Abbé Guibert, lib. I. Cap. 4. Dicit, Eoscondem Abusionis Automatica into Venice Episcopum. Naters, correcti in conspectu filera multiplicitor repetatis diversarum, coitibus vex banter. Codi existenti terminum praesunir saltando, cog banter, mox edim passio ad filias, and c. 36. This expedition, which was a true crusade, appears to have been forgotten by all the historians of the Crusades. 37. Almohadia, the chief of the cities conquered by the Christians, according to Oriental geographers, was founded in the year 303 of the Hijra by Abdallah, or Abdallah. It was still considerable in the 15th century. Shaw, who saw it in 1730, calls it Almedia. It is situated 30 marine leagues south of Tunis. Sibylla, which is the other city conquered in this expedition, and which Shaw takes for the ancient Taurus Annapolis, is 2 leagues more to the south, on the same coast of the Mediterranean. 38. Anakomina calls Peter the Hermit Cucubiator, which appears to be taken from the Picard word kikio, little, and from the word Petrus, Peter, little Peter. If we are to believe Oderic Vidal, the Hermit had still another name, and was called Peter of Acharis. He is styled in this manner in the Chronicle of the Counts of Anjou, Hermita quidam Petrus Achirensis. William of Tyre informs us that he was a hermit in name and in fact, Hermita nomina defectu. Adrian Barlin, in his book De Justis Ducem Brabantese, expresses himself thus: Petrus Hermita, ambienensis, Xenopolis, prima edit, re militari deditus, temetsi literis optimi imbetus, sed corpor, deformis ac brevis staturae, and c. The life of Peter the Hermit has been written by André de Witt in his History of the Most Illustrious and Learned Men of Their Ages, and by Father Alterman, a Jesuit. Several families have pretended to be descended from Peter the Hermit. The most rational and best supported claim is that of the family of Cilliers, which still exists in the Limousin. 39. This letter of Alexius, quoted in extract by the Abbé Guibert, and the whole of it by Robert the Monk. M. Heron, in his learned Latin commentary on the Greek historians, doubts its authenticity. The principal reason he gives for his opinion is that this letter differs too strongly from the known character of the Greek emperors. This reason does not appear to me sufficient. We know very well that the Greek emperors affected great hotness in their correspondence, but we know also that they spared no prayers when they were in any danger, or wanted assistance. Nothing suits better with vanity than servility. Some critics cannot believe that Alexius should have spoken in his Letters of the Beautiful Women of Greece. The thing may, however, well be believed when we recollect that the Turks, who were invading the Empire of Byzantium, sought with a great eagerness to obtain Greek women. Montesquieu remarks it, when speaking of the decline of the empire. It seems then very natural that Alexius should speak of the beautiful women of Byzantium when addressing the Franks, whom the Greeks considered barbarians and governed by the same tastes as the Turks. 40. See William Albert's History of the Conquest of Jerusalem. 41. We have at command several historians who report the speech of Urban. They are agreed as to the principal points, but differ in the details. The monk Robert, who was present at the council, says, Hic et genus plurima ubi papa urbanus urbanus sermon piravit. Baldric, or Petri expresses himself thus, his velhugissimodi allies, and c. Everything leads us to believe that the Pope pronounced his discourse in the language of the country. That which renders this opinion more probable is that Urban was a Frenchman, and that otherwise it was of consequence to make himself well understood by the barons and the knights, who were not acquainted with Latin. If he had not pronounced his discourse in the vulgar tongue, he would not have produced that extraordinary enthusiasm which contemporary history says so much of. 42. Du Lafute was pronounced in the language of the times du li, volt, or dix la volt. 43. The cross which the faithful wore in this crusade was of cloth, and sometimes even of red-colored silk. Afterwards they wore crosses of different colors. The cross, a little in relief, was sewed upon the right shoulder of the coat or mantle, or else fastened on the front of the helmet, after having been blessed by the Pope or some bishop. The prayers and ceremonies used on this occasion are still to be found in the Romish ritual. On returning from the Holy Land, they removed this mark from the shoulder and placed it on the back, or else wore it at the neck. See Elie per Montfaucon, Ducange, Mailly, and Elie per Dieterman. 44. Robert Mathisen, second son of the Count of Flanders, not being allowed a share of the wealth of his house, said to his father, Give me men and vessels, and I will go and conquer a state among the Saracens of Spain. 45. The Archbishop of Dol could not refrain from showing his surprise by words very remarkable for the time, exicitem in medicinam modem, quiet plus quam debit inquibus dem uni voluntas surpsit. Baldric, Arch of Blood. I. 46. The Abbé Gibbard quotes the example of a monk who made a large incision on his forehead in the form of a cross, and preserved it with prepared juices. He took care to report that an angel had made this incision, which procured for him, during both the voyage and the war, all the help he could desire. He became Archbishop of Caesarea. Falk, of Chartres, relates that a vessel with crusaders having been wrecked on the coast of Brundusium, all the shipwrecked bodies appeared with a kind of cross imprinted on their flesh, and on the very part on which it had been worn on their clothes when they were alive. 47. Erat edo tempor antiquam gentium furit tanta perfectio, maxima, ad indicem hostilitativus totius concorm regi facta turbatio. Crubra ubic latricinia, virum obsessio, passim audibonter, immo, febant incendi infinita. Mox ergo et merit incredibili, ob, inspirabilitatem, animorum imitationi commodi, sinem pontificis, perceptioni indictum, crucis fidelicit, ab episcopus et presbyteris, sibi precantor imponi, it secudi rapidus semi venti impetus solit non, magna pluvia und restringi, ida illico contigit ad invisem simultates, universarum et bellis operi, per indem sibi aspirationem, quadubium, quin Christi. Hubert, ab lib. ICH. 7. 48. Tristitia remanentibus, gaudium autumnantibus erat. FULC. Carnet. 49. Videres mirum quitem, ipsos infantilos, dum ovium habent, quilibet costella vel urns, sihic esit Jerusalem, et quam tenderum, legiter. Hubert, ab. 50. William of Tyre tells us that Walter had exchanged his fortune for the name by which he is known. Latin historians designate him Sine Haber, Sine Pecunia. The old French chronicles call him Sens Aver, Sens Aver. The English writers term him the penniless. Walter was a Burgundian gentleman. Some historians say that an uncle of Walter the Penniless was first named Lieutenant Peter, and that the latter had not the command till after the death of his uncle, who died just as the Pilgrims entered the territories of the Bulgarians. 51. Saint Stephen had been king of Hungary before Colman, who reigned at the time of the First Crusade. 52. Among the small number of knights in the army of Peter were Renaud de Brise, Gauthier de Breteuil, Filcher d'Orleans, and Godfrey Barrelchance. 53. William of Tyre and other Latin historians called the city Mal Villa in the first place because they were ignorant of its proper name, and in the second because it was fatal to the Crusaders. All the French historians who have spoken of the Crusades have translated Melville by Malville. See Marsigli, De Nubis Paninico, Mysicus. 54. Consult William of Tyre, or still better, Albert Dykes, who, of all the historians of the Crusades, enlarges most upon these first expeditions. 55. Amongst this confused multitude were Thomas de Foix, Claremoda, Vaudel, Guillaume Charpentier, Count Herman, and c. 56. Fit et salus detestable in hac congregatione pedestris, populi stulti, et fessin levitatis, answerim condam divino spiritu, acerbent afflatum, et capellam non monasiotum replatum, et ascibi, ducis secunda vi fecerunt in Jerusalem, quis et nimium venerabantur et bestiali mortis intempum ex tota animi intentioni. Alp. Ac lib. ICAP. 31. 57. The Meersburg of the Crusaders is now called over. In German, Ungarisch Altenburg. In Sclavonic Stergudi. It is situated in the marshes that the Leitha forms on its embouchure into the Danube. Its position is such that it is impossible to go from Austria into Hungary on that side without passing by it. See Bushing, Georg. The name of Meersburg, which Albert Dykes gives to this place, is no longer in use, but that of Altenburg, which has succeeded it, and which signifies Old City, indicates sufficiently clearly a more ancient name. And the name of Moisen, which other historians of the Crusades give to the same place, is still found in the Latin and Hungarian name of the county of Wieselberg, upon which this city depends. Mesony, 1b, Mesodiensis Comitatus. 58. There were in the army of Peter the Hermit, says Anna Comnena, 10,000 Normans, who committed horrible excesses in the neighborhood of Nicaea. They chopped children in pieces, stuck others upon spits, and exercised all sorts of cruelties against aged persons. CD, Alexiad, Book X. We have no need to repeat our caution against the exaggeration of Anna Comnena, who was always pleased with an opportunity of accusing the Crusaders. 59. This Rinaldo, of whom nothing else is known, except that he was an Italian, is the only personage so called who has any event of importance in the First Crusade attached to his name. Tasso, who has taken most of his characters from history, has borrowed the person and character of Rinaldo, in the Jerusalem delivered entirely from his imagination. 60. Instead of acknowledging his fault, says Anna Comnena, he laid it upon those who had disobeyed his orders and insisted upon doing as they pleased, calling them robbers and brigands, whom God had deemed unworthy of seeing and adoring the tomb of his son Alexiad, lib. X. Ch. 8. 61. Godfrey of Bouillon was born at Bazy, a village of Wallen, Brabant, now in the department of Letdile, 2 leagues southeast of Nevils, and not far from Fleurus. Aubert Lemire and the Baron, Leroy, in the Geography of Brabant, report that in their time the remains of the castle in which Godfrey was brought up were to be seen. 62. An anonymous historian of the Crusades, when speaking of Godfrey, expresses himself thus: Tandem Linus, ut magis in se monachum quam, malidum figurit. Gibbard further says, Cujus mira humilitas et monachis jam in mutanda modestia. See Bungars, pages 548. 63. Abbot Gibbard speaks thus of William, Viscount de Melun, cum, Jerusalemitatum esse decresceris, iter directus contiguum sibi, puprum substantialis, profanum viaticum preparavit. Lib. C. 7. 64. Le Permainbourg. 65. Nothing is more common than to attribute the combinations of a profound policy to remote ages. If certain persons are to be believed, the men of the 11th century were sages, and we're barbarians. I feel it just to report the opinion of Montesquieu on the subject, to transport all the ideas of the age in which we live into remote periods is the most abundant source of error. To those people who wish to render all ancient ages modern, I will repeat what the priests of Egypt said to Solon: O Athenians, you are but children. Esprit, des lois, live xxx. C. 1866. Autem por commenter regni primates super ac expeditioni res, furit, it colloquium avis cum Hugo Magno, sub Philippi Regis, Presentia, Parises haberator, mens Februario, tertio audis aegistum, luna, eclipsum patiens, ante noctis medium, sanguineo politim, coepit color velari, donic incruentissimum toda horribiliter est, conversa ruberem. Idubi aurora crepusculo naturae redite, circa ipsum, lunarum circulum insulatus splendorum icit. Quidam autumn est vidii, vespertina eriuncora, tanta aquilinus plageia flagratio apparut, ut plurimi idem ibissus sesi proaprind,
An outbreak of the plague.
provincius suas adia grave ambustioni vosterint. Gibert, ab lib. I. Ch. 17.
Back in the day, that you had to, if you went to
Roald
college,
has written,
you had
half
to
in
learn
prose
Latin.
and half in verse,
So they all
the justs de Tagri.
old guys.
See
yeah.
thesaurus novus
Way back
anecdotarum
then.
of D. Martin, Bull. I, or the Requail de Murtori, Tom E. 68. Consult the history of Raymond Giles,
I'll be
chaplain
sure
of
to
the
do
Count
that.
de Toulouse, for the description of this march of the Crusaders of the South across the country till that time unknown.
Unknown to
69.
who?
An Armenian historian says of the preparations for this crusade, the gates of the Latins were opened, and the inhabitants of the West saw issuing from their countries armies and soldiers numerous as locusts or the sands of the sea. 70. Nothing can be more diffused than historians about the march of the different princes of the crusade. Each body of the Christian army has its particular historian,
Have
which is
mercy on
very
me.
injurious to perspicuity. It
Oh, no,
is
there's a
exceedingly
record.
difficult to follow so many different relations.
Now, why am I
71.
here by
The
myself?
Crusaders who followed Raymond are designated by historians Provincialics. This comes from the ancient denomination of Provincia Romana, or Provincia Narbonensis, which comprised
away.
Languedoc, Dauphine, and Provence. 72. The contemporary historians who have spoken of the Crusades, and who have made this enumeration, had doubtless in their minds the numbering which is found in Scripture, which makes the number of the soldiers of Israel amount to 633,550.
Get off of my spawn point.
I believe I ought to add some passages from the
Control point,
historians.
I mean.
See on Squididum ibissus agressi, bottom jam itesegrant, simul illic adescent, fawful dubious et sages, centennial validurum adescent. Falcur de Chartres.
Jeez, let me help,
Opinionum,
help.
hominum vincit ad numerus, quam vis estimar inter sexages centimilia, itineratium. Now this very book if. 73. Such might be the character of
Your
the
killer is
100,000
a
horse.
pile of wreckage.
But the
That's good
500,000
enough.
foot by no means merited such a description. Trends. 74. Qui tot principes, tot uses, tot equities, tot pedites, sign, reg, sign imperator demicani actinis audivet, nex equadamin, is to exergi to alter alteri prefit, alias alias imperavit. Baldric, ch.
God, bro.
13. The reader may keep his attention fixed upon this, as the source of most of their disasters. And in all the history of the Crusaders there is no miracle greater than that an army so constituted could achieve anything. 75. The Armenian history of Matthew of Edessa is among the manuscripts of the Imperial Library, Ancient Fonds, number 99. We quote it from a translation which M. de St. Martin has been so kind as to communicate
the
to us,
Bacon
and
Baron.
likewise the translation which M. Servi,
This fucking bear
Armenian,
his
professor
bacon.
at the Imperial Library, has made for the purpose of elucidating some manuscripts. 76. The Pisans, the Genoese, and the greater part of the nations of Italy, after the Greeks, showed themselves most skillful in the construction of
I don't. Oh,
machines
here
for
we go.
war.
He's mad now.
77. These
Stupid
iron
bot.
hands were nothing more than the machine called
I'm
the
bearing
Raven
some
by
bacon.
Romans, which
That's
they
for
employed
sure.
in grappling vessels. They likewise made use of it in sieges. 78. See William of Tyre, Libby.
Number one.
79. This valley, formed on the north by the mountain Iniani, and watered by a river which runs from west to east, and which is perhaps the Bathos of the ancients, having the villages of Tikanlu and Guruman on the east, and that of Yanuglu on the west. A. This last is but 3 marine leagues, or 9 miles, from Dorlium. Albert Dykes calls this valley de Gorgonhi, which appears to be the Oriental name, from which the Latin historians have made that of Gorgoni, which paints, in some sort, the horrors of this fatal day. Azelis is apparently the name which the Greeks gave it. We owe these particulars to the learned inquiries of Vulcaner. A. See Arrowsmith's map of Constantinople and its environs. 80. Hac crudelitate atrocissimi mortis stupefactae tenere puleat, nobilissimi, vestibus ornari festinabint, se offerentes tersis, ad saltum amor honestarum formarum exensiet placati, discen captiverum, miserere. Alp. Ac cap. 4. 81. I have made earnest researches to discover by what means the Christian army was provisioned, and I can learn nothing beyond the fact that the Crusaders carried handbells with them. 82. Tunc autem vir vel rideritis, vel forsid invite, lacrimerimini, cum multis nostrum gementis ecentus, vervices, cabras, sus, canes, debribus sus orobin. Equites etiam supervos cum, armasus interbum scanthin. Full. Garn. Apoboga, pages 589. 83. The Azuri trachea of the ancients. 84. Populomain amphibian music cicatus falsibus, arifactus, vicerbis. Media platia in omnium aspecta fetus suis
Wish you had killed that
edictio,
guy a little bit
relinquabint.
sooner.
Ali mister juxta fetus suis in vicamini volutabenter, omnem puterem et secretus la oblige. Libby cap. 2. 85. This remarkable circumstance is taken from the life of Godfrey, by Giuliano, Ecaire Signer de Chantreau, and Duke Albert. 86. Consult, for this expedition, Palautier, Histoire
I
des
don't know if you
Celts.
can't.
87. Now Kona, in Caramania.
There we go. Yep.
88. Ancient history presents us with something exceedingly like that which is related here. During the civil wars that divided the Roman Empire under the Triumvirate, Cassius and Dolabella disputed the possession of the town of Tarsus. Some,
This one
says
come over here?
Appian, had crowned Cassius, who had arrived first in the city. Others had crowned Dolabella, who came after him. Each of the two parties had given a character of public authority to their proceedings. And in conferring honors, first to one and then to the other, they each contributed to the misfortunes of a city so versatile in its likings.
Globular.
Appian, Hist.
Shield
Of the Civil
dude.
Wars, B of C. 8.
Oh,
89.
please don't
This is the
kill me.
Nessus of Abucida. See an article upon this city in Maynard, Tom
Can I
Vine.
get out of here?
Pages 2, pages 101, which is very learned and very well done. 90. When Baldwin quitted the Christian army, it had arrived at Marash. 91. None of the Latin historians have given us the name of the governor of Edessa. The name of Theodore is found in the history of Matthew of Edessa, from which we have taken, according to the translation of M. Corbett, several curious details, which would be sought for in vain elsewhere. 92. Intralini Mentorulum, quam nos vocamus Comisium, nodum inter, Thatians, CB at Stringset. It died omnia oscula libata habit, idem et mulier post modum
Yard again.
fecit. Gib. Ab Libby ad finem. 93. In the first book of the Jerusalem delivered, when the Eternal turns his eyes on the Crusaders, he sees in Edessa the ambitious Baldwin, who only aspires to human grandeurs, with which he is solely occupied. 94. At the present day named Ossi the Rebel, or El Maklub, the reversed, because it flows from south to north, an opposite direction to that of the other rivers of the same country. 95. Ancient Antioch is not to be recognized in the straggling village that the Turks call Antiochi. It is even sufficiently difficult to ascertain its ancient extent. We may consult the description of it given by Pocock and Drummond and compare it with that which is said by Raymond Giles, Albert Dykes, William of Tyre, and the ancient historians. 96. The name of this Seleucid prince has been disfigured by the greater part of the Latin historians. Tudebode and the monk Robert call him Cassianus. Thauker de Chartres, Gratianus. William of Tyre, Axianus. Albert Dykes, Darcianus. M. de Gaines, and the greater part of the Orientalists call him, after Abelfida, Behistun. But, in other Oriental historians he is named Akbisern, brother of the Black, which is more conformable to the corrupt name of Axum, which he bears in our history of the Crusades. 97. Hierum quick interest and disciplinum militi, in Suicer, Milites Nostros, non solum part of Victoria Flui, sit si etiam res, sit lentier, potitidium, it quam vis seris exilum expector, nexicit estivus aves, in stani hiem, tecta ac recessum, circumspicer. Occulti, de bello contra Turcus, Libby. 98. Alarum ludo pariter recreri et occupari cum metronic budem, quae magnae erratum genuitatis et formicitatis. Metronum vera vivan, it intactum armis, rapientus traxerunt in urbem, per totum noctem, immoderati libidinus swine sesto concubitu im vixans, nihilc, humanitatis in im exhibentus. Alf. Ag. Libby. Pages 46. 99. We have taken the details of the siege of Antioch from the following authors: William of Tyre, Albert Dykes, Baudry, Robert, Tudebode, Raymond Giles, Gibbert, Raoul de Caen, Thauker de Chartres, Oderic Vidal, Paul Emile, Bernard Vesorius, Occulti, Duchet, Mailly, de Gaines, Albert Farage, and C. 100. The historian of Burgundy, Urbain Plancher, without alleging any reason, and without quoting any authority, treats this event as a fable, although it is attested by William of Tyre, Albert Dykes, and several other nearly contemporary historians. Mallet says nothing of it in his History of Denmark. Nevertheless, Langbeck, in his collection of the Danish historians, says he has seen a bas-relievo in bronze, in which the Swino, of whom this history speaks, is represented with the attributes of a crusader. This bas-relievo was executed by the Order of Christian V.
Good.
At the bottom of the portrait of Swino are several Latin verses which describe his glorious and tragical death. The scriptures Verum Danicarum may be consulted for the dissertation, in which Langbeck discusses the passages of the ancient historians and clearly demonstrates the truth of their accounts. This dissertation is entitled In Felix Unanis Donici versus Turcus. 101. According to William of Tyre, the bread which sufficed for the daily food of one man cost 2 sous instead of a denier. In Ox 2, marks of silver instead of 5 sous. A kid or lamb 5 or 6 sous instead of 3 or 4 deniers. The expense of a horse for a single night arose as high as 8 sous, whilst it had only been 2 or 3 deniers at the commencement of the siege. 102. Sed non hoc metu praeliarum, ut spermis fecerat. Sed tandem fami, injurium podi nunquam dixerat. Rob. Mon Lebev. 103. This great Fester, says Mainborg, who by voluntary austerity, which had acquired him such a great reputation of sanctity, made profession to eat neither bread nor meat, could not endure a necessary fast. 104. It quies poterat auditas volutatis, ubi erat indecenens, suspicio mortis. Gib. Levi Cap. 15. 105. This circumstance is taken from an Armenian manuscript of Matthew of Edessa. It is surprising that the Latin historians have made no mention of it. But they never speak of any means of providing provisions employed by the Crusaders. 106. A chronicle printed at Paris in 1517, which bears for title, Grand Voyage d'Idermere, places the following speech in the mouth of Godfrey, Brave Signers, my brothers and companions in Jesus
Signers.
Christ. If the news we hear be true, that for our sins these cruel dogs have thus killed these valiant men, and of great consideration, I only perceive two things, that we shall die with them as good and loyal Christians, assured of receiving our guerdon from our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for whose service we came here and that quitted our native land and their kindred. Or if it should please him, that he allow us to take vengeance and obtain victory over these vile dogs who have thus degraded and weakened Christianity in its valiant men. 107. Sed est quod stipem, nexatus volim stupere, cum homo tam, precious modus et primox presentis or armigeri silentio conclusere, igerato. Jest. Tank. Cap. 52. Muratori, Voli. The historian, whom we have just quoted, endeavors to explain the fact which he relates. He asks himself whether it was from modesty or a religious spirit, or whether Tancred might fear not to be believed either upon his own word or that of his squire, that the Christian hero desired silence to be preserved. In all these cases the fact appears to him to be a prodigy. He adds that the squire was faithful to his oath, and that it was not till a long time afterwards that the feats of Tancred on that day became known. We have but to compare this with what old Horace says of his heroes. 108. Sic lubricus insis supercrus dextrum integer exigit. Sic, caput integrum cum dextra part corporis immersit gurgite, pertem, quaeque precipitat remisit civitati. Rob. Mom cujusens trajectus, turcus duo factus est terci. Ad inferior alter in urbem equiterit, alter arsitinens in flumen niterit. Radcad. 109. Cercinilidae mortarizati ex nostris militibus essiu, peditibus pluscum mel, qui in coelum latans essempent, ainc, candidati furent est stalum recepti martyri, glorificans et magnificans dominum diem nostrum trinum et unum, in quod feliciter, triumphabant. If non concorda ili vos, per non defendis, sanguinem nostrum, qui hodie protuonam effusus est. Gesta, Francorum, lib. XVII cap. 18,
That's
pages
Deeds
13.
of the Franks, just a Francorum.
110. These particulars are related by Abbot Gubert, Libiv. In this,
Seems like I've read
historian
that.
will be found most particulars
Long
regarding
time ago.
morals. 111. It Caesar senem navitur interfectum invenerant, alias carnes, acciescent peccatis, avidissum deverabant. Gesta Francorum. 112. Matthew Videssa does not name the Mussulman who gave up Antioch to the Christians. Abel Faraj calls him Rusbak, and says that he was a Persian by origin. Anakomia
Shoot.
pretends that he was an Armenian.
Stupid.
Most historians call him Pyrrhus or Pyrrhus. William of Tyre gives him the name of Emir Fair, and Snooty calls him Hernuphris. It may most probably
Ow!
be said that
What are
he
you
had
doing, my
abjured
man?
Christianity.
Ow. Ow.
If authors are
Ow.
not agreed as to his name, it may be believed that some have called him by his proper name, and that others have designated him by a name which expressed his profession. William of Tyre says that he was born of a family called in Armenian Beni Zera, that is, the family of the makers of cuirasses. 113. Apparut enim a Dominus Jesus Christus provisum, it aid. Vade, it red civitam Christianus. Gesta Francorum, lib. V cap. 12. 114. A comet appeared on the very night of the taking of Antioch, June 3, 1098. Sir Robert. Monarch. Lib. V ad finum. Chronicon Fossae, Novi, in Muratori, Tom Vi. Chronica Mailros. Ab Anno 733 AD, 1270, per diversos auctores in verum Anglicum script. Tom. I. Anal Flegalensis, Ebed. Tommy. Pinky, Cometography, Tom. I. Pages 382. 115. The anonymous author of a chronicle entitled Passages, Dietermeyer, expresses himself thus, pages 46, but there was not one among them who did not refuse to mount except Bohemond, whom Emiscreas received with a great joy, and showed him his brother lying in his bed, whom he had just killed because he would not join the enterprise contis vero, quicum mondo errand, diffidentibus, ad ascensum, solus boemendis foteris fit faltis, perfinum, ascendit. Bernardus Thesaurus, Cap. 36. Muratori, Tom E. 116. Sicut aquila proficans polus suis et volantum, it super eos, volitans. Radcare. Tom E. Pages 66. 117. All these details of the siege and the taking of Antioch, which appear to belong to the Epopea, are taken literally from the ancient historians of the Crusades. See Albert Dykes, Lib. E. and Iv. William of Tyre, Lib. V. Robert the Monk, Lib. V. and Vi.
Ooh.
And the authors of the collection of Bengars. All these historians agree in the principal circumstances. The monk Robert, in the recital that he makes of it, expresses his surprise in these words: Non est lingua carnis quae satis valit in aur, quid francorum manus valut, persundere. Falker de Chartres, who, according to common opinion, was the first to mount the ladder of ropes, never speaks of himself in his narration, which fact is Louis consistent with the spirit of the Christian Knights. 118. Matthew Videssa estimates this army at 100,000 horse and 300,000 foot. Abel Farage speaks of mil horse. The Latin historians do not exaggerate so much, but do not at all agree in their accounts. 119. Ali multi, quorum nomina non tenemus, quia delecta de libro, vidi, presenti operi non sunt inserenda. Will. Of Tyre, Libiv. 120. These speeches and the complaints of the Crusaders are almost all translated from contemporary historians. We feel it our duty to report the text of them here. Odius vers, Trinus et Ennis, quam obrangi peri premisisti? Cur, populum sequentum te in monibus inimicorum incidere premisisti? It, viam tui itineris, twig sancti sepulchri liberantum tarncedo mori, concessisti? Perfecto, si hoc ferrum est, quod nos abistis nequissimus, audivimus, nobis referentibus, nos et ali Christiani derelinctmus, t, nec te amplis remorbimer, et ennis ex nobis non audibit ulterius, nomen tuum invocare. It fit is hermo mostissimus valor in tota, militia. Ida quod nullus nostrorum audibat, nec archiepiscopus, nec episcopus, nec abbas, nec presbyter, nec clericus, nec quisque, legis Christi invocare nomen per plurs dies.
Time to
Nemo
switch up.
poterat consolare, Godinum. Dehirs limitana audinir, Duckins collection, Tom. Iv. Pages 799. The following is the speech which Robert the monk puts into the mouth of Guy, the brother of Bohemond. Odius omnipotens, ubi est virtus tua? Si omnipotens es, cur hic feri, consensisti? Non erant milites tui et peregrini? Qui unquam rexat, imbrater ad potens dominis familiam suam ida permissit exidi, cielo, modo patut adjuvere? Qui erit unquam miles tuus ad peregrinis? N.C. Robert. Monic. Lib. V. 121. We have thought it our duty to report all these miraculous visions as they are found in contemporary historians, because they produced a great effect upon the mind of the Christians, and that in becoming the origin and the cause of the greatest events, they are in themselves important events for history. 122. The discovery of this lens and the prodigies that it operated are related by all the historians of the Crusades. The Arabian historian Abel-Mason agrees, in the principal circumstances, with the Latin historians. The most credulous of the latter, and he who gives the greatest number of details, is Raymond Giles. Albert, Dykes, William of Tyre, Gibbert, and Robert raise not the least doubt about the authenticity of the lands. Falker de Chartres, less credulous, says, when relating the discovery, audi fraudum et non fraudum. He afterward adds, whilst speaking of the lands, that it had been concealed in the place from which it was taken, in Venet, Langheim, feliciter occultum forsitan. The historian Paulus Emilius, who relates the same fact accompanies it with highly philosophical reflections. Ezechiev says, on commencing the relation then there happened a marvelous affair, of which some have left a written account, which I would not affirm to be entirely true, nor would I, upon it as false. Anna Komnena says nothing about the lance, but speaks of the nails which had been used to nail Christ to the cross. Albufaraj commits the same error. In general, the accounts of both the Greeks and the Arabians of this war must be read with much precaution. They furnish us with very few positive ideas. 123. This speech is purported by most of the Latin historians of the Crusades. We have preserved the spirit of it with the most scrupulous exactness. 124. Anna Komnena speaks of a pretended single combat between the Count of Flanders and the general of the Saracens. 125. Ultania supplices, ab ecclesia in ecclesiam, explicand. Confessione Pecitorum sincerisse mundend, it episcopali vel, sacerdotali consequentur absolutione premerita, corporis ac sanguinis, domini sacramento, plena 5 communicant, MC. Gibert, Levi. Misse per ecclesia celebrati sunt. Avesc sancta dominici corporis, communioni communicati sunt. Robert. Mon Levi. 126. Vita ego hic quae locer, et dominicam lanquim ibi feribim. Reim. Giles, pages 155, Abibang. 127. Pier Angeli, author of a Latin poem on the First Crusade, which has for title, Cyriados Libri Xii, describes this battle at great length, and reports one part of the miraculous circumstances by which it was accompanied. But his recital is too diffuse to excite much interest. The Cyrade begins with the first voyage of Peter the Hermit to Jerusalem, and is nothing but a copy in verse of the histories of William of Tyre, Albert Dykes, and others. After having described the march and the early labors of the Crusaders, the Latin poet arrives, towards the end of the last canto, at the siege of Jerusalem, to which he only consecrates 100 verses. 128. It is surprising that Roald Dacan, who describes this battle, and in epic verse too, has related no marvelous circumstance. Raymond Giles makes no mention of the heavenly legion, but he says, multiplicavit in super adeo dominus exercitum nostrum, ut qui antipugnem possors eramus quam hosts, in bello plurs eis fuimus. Oderic Vidal speaks thus of the legion which appeared to descend from heaven, et dia gratias, abipsis montinis visus est exire exercitus, innumerabilis, albis equi incidentes, it in monibus candida vexilla, preferentes. Hoc multividerum Christianorum, it secit putend, gentilium, it hesitans, mirabanda quidnem esset. Tandem utrique, cognoverunt sinum dicilo factum, it duces ilius segminus, sanctos, martis Georgium, Demetrium, it theorum suave signiferent as precedere, cognoverund. Sarisnis multestium hesit, it Christianis sps, melior crevit. Odd. Vidal. Libbix. Robert the Monk and Baldric relate the same circumstance and the same details. 129. This tent was able to contain more than 2,000 persons. Bohemond sent it into Italy, where it was preserved for a length of time. 130. Gemelleddin, who of all the Oriental historians gives the greatest number of details upon the taking and the Battle of Antioch, reports that a violent quarrel had broken out between the Turks and the Arabs. He even adds that the Arabs had retired before the battle, and that in the Kurshiafit the Turks turned their arms against their allies. 131. The leaders of the Crusades declared that the siege and the Battle of Antioch had scarcely cost them 10,000 men. 132. Corvini generis legatus, postea non redite. Bald. Libiv. 133. Albert Dykes says 100,000. 134. Tasso makes Ademar die at the siege of Jerusalem, and makes him die by the hands of a woman. Some historians attribute the canticle, Salve Regina, to Bishop Ademar. The bishops of Pi, his successors, bearing their coat of arms, a sword on one side and the pastoral staff on the other. It is added that the canons of the same city wore every year, at Easter, a cloak in the form of a cuirass. 135. This anecdote, which is here quoted without giving it any more importance than it merits, is related in the Magnum Chronicon Belgicum, which is found in the collection of the historians of Germany of Pistorius. The author says the lion followed Geoffrey like a herium sequitur, secit lepus. It quam deufit in terra, naquam, residens, multa a commoda consulate time inventionibus quam in bello. Qui constanaticus abundanter debat. Leo vero qui cum domino suo, adversari videbat, prostoivat, cum, at darkunt, in novi positum cum, domum retorit, der elinker noluit, sed nolentibus acuto, animal, in novum recipir nodus, secutus est dominum suum, nefando per, mer, usquo labor deficit. The same fact is related by Le Permainbourg, who adds to his recital, this singular reflection. Strange instruction of nature, which casts shame upon men by giving them, as she has done more than once, lions, for masters. 136. Albert Dykes is the only historian who relates this and the following facts. 137. Some learned writers cannot trace messages by pigeons further back than the reign of Saladin. It is true that it was in the reigns of Nureddin and Saladin that regular posts, served by pigeons, were organized in Egypt. But this means of communication was very ancient in the East. The recital of Albert Dykes cannot be doubted. The historian speaks of the surprise that this sort of messengers produced among the Crusaders. And as the fact appeared remarkable to him, he has not neglected the smallest details of it. Legati Simora Columbus Duus, Aes Gratus et Domitus, Secum Alaudas Eduxerunt e Sina Suo, Actrata, Ducis Responsis Permissus Fidelibus Inscripta, Cautis Illurum Philo, Inaudata, Emonibus Suas ad Parendalita Nuncia Miseringem, Cum Chartis Sibi Commissus Aes Avalaverunt, in Solium et Mensum, Ducis Hazard Fidel de Reverse Princeps Autumn ex Mor Solito Ains, Domesticus Pisa Sapines, Chartis Imituladas Acondis Eram Salvit, Secreta Ducis Godfredi Perligit. We shall see in the fourth book of this history another example of this means of communication employed by the Saracens. 138. Globes of fire, or ignited globes, as naturalists call them, might have produced this appearance. 139. Lepines, inum, it plana apipa silveria, calcinquic, vivam, quantipoter injeculabanter instantia, ad eosamiro, propellerant. Well. Tire. Levi cap. 9. 140. Audivinem, quod disserin cibi se cloques inopia ad humane, carnis idulium transis, adultos gentilium cacapo immersis, puros, infixis ferulis, iforos augustos. Vrondo emaladi sunt feras, torrendo homines, set cogninos. Hanc ipsum finum members propries, minabanter, camelina deficerent. Nisi accepte urbis, autheris, advene intercessiois serum municet. Rad. Cadam. Cap. 27. We cannot forbear adding to this quotation the words of Albert Dykes, who is astonished to see Christians eat the bodies of Mussulmans, but still more so at seeing them devour dogs. Mirabile ditu et oribus, horrendum, quod nefas est disere, nefas facer. Nam Christiani non, solum tuercos et Saracenos oxisos, verum etiam canes erectos et inni, coctos cum dir non aberurum praenopia, quam audistis. Ab. Ac. Lib. V. Cap. 29. 141. This circumstance is related by Meli, but he does not say upon what authority. 142. Arcas is mentioned by Strabo, Ptolemy, Josephus, and the itinerary of Antonine, which latter places the city at 16 miles from Tripoli. Pakatami. Pages 299, and Module Vol. I. Pages 41, speak of a river which still bears this name. Abelfida speaks of it under the name of Arcat. The itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem also mentions Arcas. 143. Laodicea still exists under the name of Lacoca. It has been long famous for its trade in tobacco. 144. Gibel. This word signifies mountain in Arabic. Gibel is the Gabala of Strabo and Pliny, the Gavala of the Table of Putinger. It still subsists under its ancient name of Jebel, and the remains of an amphitheater are still to be seen there. It is, I believe, the Jiblim of the Bible, whence was embarked the wood of Lebanon sent to Solomon. 145. Tortosa is the Antiritus of Ptolemy and the itinerary of Bordeaux. 146. Raymond Giles, before relating this and several other similar facts, expresses himself thus: quod si quicquam ego preter credita it, visa studio refer, velodio litiges apis sui, upon it mihi dies omnes, inferni plagas, it delimi de labra vitae. The same fact is reported in Raoul de Caen. 147. Raoul de Caen, who was not a partisan of the lance, and who cries out, whilst speaking of this pretended discovery, O fatuitas rustica, O rusticetus credula, does not at all spare the Provencals, and has transmitted to us the reproaches made to them in the Christian army. 148. Videns quid actum est, populus, calitate verbosa seductum se, fatiter, eras ponitet. Radcad. Cap. 109. 149. Accounts of this event may be read in William of Tyre, Robert, Dykes, and above all in Raymond Giles, who does not omit the least circumstance. 150. The picture of the march and the impatience of the Christians is to be found in Tasso, in the same colors and almost the same circumstances as in the historians. 151. We think it right here to give the account of Albert Dykes, Calamellos militis per camperum planissum abundantur reparados, quas vocant cucra, suctit populus, illarem salubri succoelitatis et fix, et saturatatem praedulcidine explere hoc gustata valebant. Hoc enim, genus herbae simulabor agricolarum, per singulos excalator annos. Died, tempor messis maturum mortarialis indigene contendunt, secum, calatum invastus sus reponentes quaus coagulatum indriscat sub, specie nivis vel salis albi. Cum rasum cum pain miscentes a cum aqua, tirentus, pro pulmeno sumint, it superfabum melis gustantibus dulls, ac salibra viditor his ergo calamelis militis alporis populis in, obsedioni alberi, mari et arcas, multum horrenda fame vexatus, est, refossilitis. Alb. Ac. Lib. V. Cap. 3. 152. Sunudi proposed to plant the sugar cane in Sicily and Apulia. This idea was not carried into execution before the end of the 14th century. The sugar cane did not pass, as has been said, from Sicily to America. It was transported to Madeira from the coast of Spain, whither it had been brought by the Saracens. The sugar cane is still found in some parts of the kingdom of Grenada. 153. I at first thought that these serpents could be only the Dipsauda, or fire serpent. I communicated this opinion to M. Walkenaer, who with reason had seen nothing in the reptiles of which Albert Dykes speaks, but the common gecko of Egypt, Lacerta gecko, of Linnaeus, which Bellon and Hosseilquits have found in great numbers in Syria, Judea, and Egypt. This species is very venomous. It resembles other species of the same genus and of the genus Stellion, which appear to be harmless, and are found in France, Italy, Sardinia, and on all the coasts of the Mediterranean Sea, where it is called Tarent, Tarenta, Tarantola, and C. The opinion of M. Walkenaer appears the more reasonable, from the two species of serpents and vipers to which naturalists have given the name Dipsauda, the one, the Coluber, Dipsas of Linnaeus, which is the Dipsauda, properly speaking, being only found in America. The other, the black viper, Coluber prester of Linnaeus, appears peculiar to Europe, and is more common in the north than in the south. We may venture to quote the passage of Albert Dykes, in Latin, which speaks of the remedy advised by the inhabitants of the country against the bite of the Tarensis similiturit alium adducti, sunt medicinum, ut vir perca society moricorit cum miliare, cum viro, miliar, it sic ab omni tumor veneni liberaritor uterque. Alb. Ac. Lib of Cap. 40. The same historian speaks of another remedy, which consisted in pressing strongly the place of the bite, to prevent the communication of the venom with the other parts of the system. 154. It is Raymond Giles alone who speaks of this strange deliberation of the leaders. If this historian had not been present, we could give no credit to it. See Raym. Giles, in the collection of Bungars, pages 173. Albert Dykes contents himself with saying that the leaders, after having traversed the territory of Ptolemy, deliberated whether they should not go to Damascus. 155. Tasso has spoken of the enthusiasm of the Crusaders at the sight of Jerusalem. The historians of the Crusades, Albert Dykes, the author of the Gesta Francorum, Robert the Monk, Baldric or Baudry, and William of Tyre, present us with the same picture that Tasso does. We will content ourselves with quoting here a passage from the history of Jerusalem and Hebron, which proves that the sight of that city likewise awakens the enthusiasm of Mussulmans. The coup d'oeil of Jerusalem, says this history, is very fine, particularly when seen from the Mount of Olives. When the pilgrim arrives there and sees the buildings nearer, his heart is filled with an inexpressible joy, and he easily forgets all the fatigues of his voyage. Hafiz, the son of Hajar, improvised on his arrival at Jerusalem 4 verses, of which this is the translation. When we approached the holy city, the Lord showed us Jerusalem. We had suffered much during our voyage, but we believed ourselves then entering into heaven. We have heard several modern travelers of different manners, religions, and opinions say that they all felt a lively emotion at seeing Jerusalem for the first time. See the beautiful description that M. de Chateaubriand has given of it in his itinerary. 156. The name of Salima was formed from that of Harasalima. 157. The Mussulmans called Jerusalem El-Quds the Holy, Beit el-Maqdis the Holy House, and sometimes El-Cherf the Noble. A description of Jerusalem may be seen in the extracts from the Arabian History of Jerusalem and Hebron, translated into French and inserted in the German journal, entitled The Minds of the East. 158. Tasso here makes Tancred contend with Clorinda. The personages of Clorinda and Armenia are the invention of the poet. 159. This fact, which Tasso has mixed with some fictions, is related by Roald Dahl, Gesta Tancredi, Cap. 112. The same historian adds that Tancred met upon the Mount of Olives a hermit who was born in Normandy, and who had been the enemy of Robert Guiscard and his family. This hermit welcomed the Italian hero with respect, and showed him the places around Jerusalem the most venerated by pilgrims. 160. C. For this arrival of the Christians, William of Tyre, Lib. Vi Cap. 25. 161. In comparing the description of the siege of Jerusalem by the Crusaders with that of the siege which the Romans carried on under Vespasian, we find that the quarters of Godfrey were in the same place as those of Titus, when he directed his first attacks against the city. See the history of Josephus. 162. An admirable picture is to be found in Tasso of this drought, which is also described by Robert the Monk, Baldric, Raymond Giles, Albert Dykes, William of Tyre, and by Gilles Orgelou, in his Latin poem upon the First Crusade. 163. Maimbourg does not seem to credit the existence of this forest, and says that it is an invention of Tasso's. He might have read in William of Tyre this sentence, which is not at all equivocal: Casu, effit quidam fidelis indigenatatione Cyrus, qui in veos questem, secretiores, sex aut septem abur distans melioribus, quisdam di principibus direxit, ubi arbors, et si non ad conceptum opus aptus, penitus, tamen ad alicum modum procers invenerum plurs. Roald Dahl is much more positive and explicit than William of Tyre. This is the way in which he expresses himself: Lucas erat in montibus et montes, ad Jerusalem remotiae. Quimodo Neapolis, olim sebesta, antisicer, dictus est, propriors, ad hoc ignota nostratibus via, nunc celebris it, firm peregrinantium uniga. Radcad. Cap. 121. 164. A sufficiently remarkable circumstance is, that the shrub, which grows most freely in the territory of Jerusalem, and which the Crusaders must have used, was the rhamnus, a thorny shrub, of which, if we give faith to the opinion of Pierre Bellon, was formed the crown of thorns of Christ. Christopher Hasselcoit, it is true, is not of this opinion, and pretends that the crown of thorns was of the shrub, Nepa. 165. Dam egregium et magnificum verum, dominum vidalicit Gastonum, de Bern, opere professorand. Will. Tyron. Livy. Cap. 10. Raymond, Giles and Abelgibert speak also of Gaston de Bern. 166. The Chevalier Lafillard, in his treatise on the attack of places, at the end of his commentary upon Polybius, speaks of the Tower of Godfrey, which he improperly calls the Tower of Frederick I of Jerusalem. He gives a detailed and very exact description of this tower, which is likewise well described by contemporary historians. 167. Crucis foxerant, superquas aut spubend, aut in oculis omnium, minger non abhorrent. Ab. Ac. Levi. 168. C. For this procession, Baldric, Bishop of Dol Lviv. Ackald, Lviv. Albert Dykes, Levi. William of Tyre, Lib. Vi. It cannot be doubted that the leaders caused this procession to be made round Jerusalem, in order that the sight of so many places should arouse the enthusiasm of the Crusaders. We must regret that Tasso, who speaks of this procession, has scarcely said anything of the places the Christians visited. These details would have furnished poetical beauties, without in anything departing from the exactitude of history. 169. Raymond Giles says that Godfrey's tower was transplanted by not a mile from the spot where it had been constructed, which leads us to believe that the principal attack was directed near the gate of Cedar, towards the entrance of the valley of Jehoshaphat. For the rest, we must regret that M. de Chateaubriand, who has written a very interesting dissertation upon the military positions of Tasso, has not thrown light upon the obscurities of the historians which present themselves in this portion of their accounts of the siege. 170. This circumstance is thus related by Abbot Gilbert: Est etiam, mihi non inferiori relatione comparatum, Robertum Normandiae comatum, Robertum Calterum Flandriarum Principem, Juntus Parader Convenis, Moribus, itse cum flebus uberamus conclamas miserimos, quis sui adoratione crucis, et visione, immu veneratione sepulchri, tanto per Jesus Dominus judicarit indignos. Levi Cap. 6. 171. As Tasso often employs magic, we have sought with care for all that relates to this species of the marvelous in the contemporary historians. That which we have just quoted from William of Tyre is the only instance we have been able to find. Some historians likewise have said that the mother of Kerbogha was a sorceress, and that she had foretold to her son the defeat of Antioch. It is in vain to seek for similar incidents in the history of the First Crusade. We ought to add that magic was much less in vogue in the 12th century than in that in which Tasso lived. The Crusaders were no doubt very superstitious, but their superstitions were not attached to little things. They were struck by the phenomena they saw in the heavens. They believed in the appearance of saints, and in revelations made by God himself, but not in magicians. Ideas of magic came to us a long time afterwards, in the 15th and 16th centuries. The chroniclers of that period, who speak of anterior facts, fill their recitals with whimsical and ridiculous fables, such as are not to be found in more ancient authors. We must not judge of the Middle Ages by the chronicles of Robert Godwin, or by those of Archbishop Turpin, the work of a monk of the 12th century. Still less by the romances of the same period. 172. We report the circumstance here, in order to give an idea of the fire which was launched against the Christians. Albert Dykes expresses himself thus: Qualiter ignis, aqua inextinguibilis solo ocedi liquor, resting valit. Alp. Ac. Levi Cap. 18. 173. This is repeated by William of Tyre and some other writers. Raymond Giles very naively says, Qui autem miles al fort, cognoscer non potuimus. Rain. DAG. Pages 171. Bulgars. 174. Matthew Videssa says that Godfrey used in this assault the sword of Vespasian, which thus assisted, for the third time, in the destruction of Jerusalem. No Latin historian mentions it. 175. Oderic Philo attributes to Rimbaud Cretan of Cambris the glory of having first entered Jerusalem. Other historians only name him among those who followed most closely the steps of the brothers, Lethode and Angilbert of Tournai. This is the text of Orderic, Vidal, Rimbaud the Cretan qui promised in expugnatione Jerusalem ingressus, est, and c. The descendants of Rimbaud Cretan bore indifferently up to the 16th century the names of Cretan and Estoril. This family preserved as its device these words, Valens sur la Crete. And La Molière, the historian of Picardy under Louis XIII, speaks of them in these terms. It adds not a little to the luster of this family, that it is acknowledged that they owe the origin of their arms to the first crusade which the Christians made for the recovery of the Holy Land, bestowed by the hand of Godfrey of Bouillon, King of Jerusalem, who, to do honor to the valour of his seer D'Estremol, whom he had seen bear himself so valiantly at the taking of that city, made him a present of a created cross of silver, in which was enchased a piece of the true cross. This precious reliquary was passed down from generation to generation to the eldest sons of this house. In the reign of Louis XIII, the Marquis de Hitefort having espoused the only daughter of Antoine d'Estremol, Cordon Bleu, and first equerry, to Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans, pretended that this piece of the true cross made a part of the inheritance. This discussion was submitted to the arbitration of the president of Mesmes, who decided that the cross was to revert to the branch of the house of Estremol, which possesses it to this day. 176. The details of this assault are repeated by all contemporary historians, several describe it at length. Falguer de Chartres, who, without doubt distinguished himself there, is the one who says the least. Anna Comnena says that the Christians took Jerusalem in 15 days, but gives no details. 177. The Oriental authors give no details of the siege of Jerusalem. The manuscript History of Jerusalem and Hebron, which is in the Imperial Library, and of which Imtrudy has been kind enough to translate several fragments for me, contains nothing but vague notices. The author contents himself with saying that the siege lasted more than 40 days, and that the Christians killed a great number of Mussulmans. We may here make a general remark. When the Mussulmans experience reverses, the Arabian authors are very sparing of details, and satisfy themselves with telling things in a vague manner, adding, so God has willed it, may God curse the Christians. Abul Feda gives very few more details than the rest. He says that the massacre of the Mussulmans lasted during 7 consecutive days, and that 70,000 persons were killed in the Mosque of Omar, which is evidently an exaggeration. 178. Raoul de Can, Cap. 132 at 133. 179. We shall content ourselves with repeating here the words of Raymond Giles, Falguer de Chartres, and Robert the Monk, in
My head's about to pop off. Shoot through the roof. I went through all of that, and I didn't fill up my coffee cup. That's all right.
In Iodum Templo de Semilia Decolati Sunt. Pedites nostrias cad, basis cruer peremptorum tinc bonter. Nec fominis nec parvulus, pepperserum. Full. Can F. Bung. Pages 398. Tantum enim edi humoni, sanguinis effusum est, ut Caesarum corpora, unda sanguinis impellant, vulverenter per pavimentum, et brachiis ib tranquilli manus super, crurum fluidibund. Rob. Momlib. 9. In templo et portico, solimis equibiter in sanguinis caginua et scadfrinos, equorum. Ream. DAG. Bung. Pages 179. These words of Raymond Giles are evidently in hyperbole, and prove that the Latin historians exaggerated things they ought to have extenuated or concealed in a letter written to the Pope, the bishops, and the faithful, by Dambert, Archbishop of Pisa, Godfrey of Bouillon, and Raymond de Saint-Gilles, is this remarkable passage, if you desire to know. Say they, what became of the enemies we found in Jerusalem? Know that in the portico of Solomon and in the temple, our soldiers had the vile blood of the Saracens up to the knees of their horses. Caesar desideris quid de hostibus ibi repertus factum fuit, sit quia in porticus Salomonis, it in templo nostri equidubunt in sanguine photos ars in Romas cad, genua equorum. See Novus Thesaurus Anecdotorum, Tom. I. Pages 282. 180. Albert Dykes names these three attendants Baldric, Adelbord, and Zabulon. 181. Some historians say that the Christians did not go to the Holy Sepulchre until the day after the conquest. We here adopt the opinion of Albert Dykes, which appears to us the most probable. 182. Lippi Mainborg, Histoire des Croisades. 183. Albert Dykes gives the sentence which emanated from the Council of the Leaders. This sentence is supported by the motives we have pointed out. 184. We have already quoted some of these historians. Others relate nearly the same details, and with the same sang-froid. We will quote no other but Raymond Giles, who expresses himself as Ali, nem illorum, quod labius erat, et tranquilbanter capitibus. Ali autumn, sagittati, victoribus alter cobonder. Ali virodi utissim forti, et inus edesti flammari bonder sic. Vidlander verbibos et plateus civitatis vers caput et manuum 8 p.m. Rimini Ag. Pages 178. 185. Tancredis mals gloriosus superhac sibiilata injuria, vehementiaris extensus est down. Ag. Lib I cap. 29. 186. Constraimentis, aversia corruptus, Saraceno's malax split in, term David elapsos ulcerat, excepta ingenti pecunia, Elisos empire, permissit. Alp. Ac. Lib I cap. 28. 187. Robert the Monk expresses himself as flippant and extravagant. 188. Properly speaking, this was a kind of luster which the Arabians called trador. The Mussulmans have them of so large a size that it is necessary to enlarge the doors of the mosques by a breach in order to admit them. 189. C. For this deliberation and this speech, the history of Acolculibin and that of E. Duchet. 190. The English historian Brompton expresses himself as whilst relating the misfortunes that Robert afterwards experienced, Sic, redit dominus visum provistuci Roberto, quaepam gloriothamum, activus Jerusalemitatis sum dominus rederet, regnum Jerusalemitatum, sibi Latim renuit, magis elegens quieti et Citiae in Normania, desivire quam regi regum in sancta civitate militer. Damnavidigiter, iundius decidia perenni et corsair sempiterno. See the History, Anglici Scriptures, Tom. I. Pages 1002. 191. See Abelgibert, Lib by Cap. 12. 192. Albert Dykes, who relates these two visions at length, terminates, thus, Horum somniarum praesignatione extraordinatione, populi, Christiani benevolentia, Godiferto in solia regni Jerusalem exaltado. 193. We may see in Rolda and the debates which arose on this subject, and particularly the accusation directed against Tancred by Arnold de Rose, in the name of the Latin clergy. 194. We here give the translation of some passages of an elegy of the poet Marcavor Bavardi upon the taking of Jerusalem by the Crusaders, inserted by Balfeda in his Annals, Tom E. Pages 319. This translation is by Jourdain. Our blood is mingled with our tears, and no part of our being remains to us that can be the object of the blows of our enemies. On misfortune, if tears take the place of true arms, when the fires of war break forth, how can the eye close its lids, when catastrophes such as ours will awaken even those who slept in the most profound repose? Your brethren have no other resting places in Syria but the backside, their camels and the entrails of vultures. The Franks treat them like false slaves, whilst you allow yourselves to be drawn carelessly along by the skirt of the robe of effeminacy, as people would do in perfect security. What blood has not flowed? How many women have been forced by modesty to conceal their beauty with their bracelets? Will the chiefs of the Arabs, the heroes of the Persians, submit to such degradation? At least, if they do not defend themselves from attachment to their religion, let them be animated on account of their own honor, and by the love of all that is dear to them. 195. Eos tanquam segitem in transversa glaudinis cabin. Fall. Lib. If. 196. Subidos jet transfagent, it quasi a volatility tella, percussus, abipsis arbulum ronis morbundo sui procumbere, coachband. Alp. Ac. Lib. Decap. 49. 197. Anacomina, who speaks of the Battle of Ascalon, says that the Franks were at first conquerors, and that they were afterwards attacked and beaten near Ramla. She mentions Baldwin, who was not then in Palestine, and did not come thither till after the death of Godfrey. It is easy to see that she confounds, as often happens with her, two different periods, that of the Battle of Ascalon and that of the Battle of Ramla, which was fought 3 years after, in the reign of Baldwin I. 198. It is commonly believed that this Battle of Ascalon served Tasso as a model for the great battle which terminates the Jerusalem delivered. It is easy to see that the poet had also in view the Battle of Antioch, which was fought at the gates of the city, of which the Christians were masters. Raymond did not be present, because he held the citadel of Antioch in check, still in the power of the enemy. These circumstances, and several others, are found equally in the Battle of the Jerusalem delivered in the historians who have described the Battle of Antioch. 199. There is in the Arabian history of Jerusalem and Hebron a quatrain addressed to the Count of St. Gilles upon the defeat of Afdhah Ben-Medir al-Jamun, general of the army of Egypt, before Ascalon. To his patron per parton epi l'origine du Messie, du Nous, preserved in hom telephone Q St. Gilles. Gemelas homs novind, entendirinda peril as si cola fate. Illumis dans la place. Hadchos Fide Fdhul. We quote this quatrain less for any idea that it contains, than to show that Raymond enjoyed great fame among the Mussulmans. 200. This emissary is called Bohemond by Raymond Giles. It is believed that it was Cyrus who gave up Antioch to the Christians, that had taken the name of Bohemond. 201. For this quarrel between Godfrey and Raymond, see Albert Dykes, Lit by Cap. 41, 42, and 43. 202. In the genealogical history of several houses of Brittany, is the following rather curious passage. Ryan de Lahy acquired in this voyage beautiful and rich spoils from the enemies of Christianity, the Saracens. And above all things he was curious to seek for and collect heaps of the sacred and precious relics which were in those regions, in the number of which was a part and portion of the true cross upon which our Saviour Jesus Christ suffered death for the salvation of the human race, and of the stone of the sepulchre in which the said Saviour was buried. These relics he intended to bring into his own country, but being prevented by disease of which he died in the said country of Syria, he sent them to his brother Godfrey de Lahy by his squire, called Simon de Lugern, who had accompanied him in this voyage. We might quote many other similar facts which prove that the Christians of the West set the greatest value upon relics brought from the East. 203. This circumstance is related in the Chronicle of Hannah, Gislaveri Chronica Hannanitas and Nonest, says this Chronicle, quod user each is he of comitus the domini sui casamut audivet, and inserti ossus is sport, thou captus terror, diem et virum suum, diligence, parts illustum labor magno equavibus expensis ad arunan, debatavit, and exeprius virusuo inserta, infrashu rei, pages 37. 204. See the life of Peter the Hermit, by Lafayette Ultramont. Peter the Hermit was returning from the Holy Land in 1102, with a nobleman of the country of Liege, named the Count d'Amontine, when he was assailed by a violent tempest, during which he made a vow to build an abbey. It was in performance of this vow that he founded the Abbey of Neufmontier at Huy, in Macondres, on the right bank of the Meuse, in honor of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem. Alexander, Bishop of Liege, dedicated it in 1130. Peter died there at an advanced age, and desired, from humility, to be buried outside the church. It was not till 130 years after his death that the abbot and the chapter caused his relics to be removed to a coffin covered with marble before the altar of the 12 apostles in the year 1242, with a sufficiently long epitaph, which a word of the Academy of Sciences read on, passing through Louis in 1761, which is reported in the third volume, MSS. Of the Library of Lyon, by M. de Landine, pages 481. 205. Robert, Count of Flanders, was killed by a fall from his horse. 206. William IX is the first troubadour known. He was a valorous and courteous knight, but a great deceiver of ladies. He bade adieu in a song to the women who sang, 2.2, to chivalry, which he had loved so much, and to mundane vanities, which he describes as colored habits and beautiful homes. On his return he sang the fatigues, the dangers, and the misfortunes of this expedition, in a poem which is lost. His usual gaiety pervaded, according to Oderic Vidal, in spite of the sadness of the subject. See the history of the troubadours, by Millet, Tom. I. 207. Guichen, in his History of the House of Savoy, expresses himself thus. William Perling relates that this Prince Humbert, second Count of Savoy, went to the Holy Land in the crusade which was determined on at the Council of Clermont under Godfrey Bouillon, which the greater part of the historians have confirmed after him, such as Pinkin, Vander, Galtieri, Kisa, Balderum, Bodle, and Henning. Papyrus Masson has rejected this, because neither the manuscript, chronicle, nor the authors of the Crusades, who name many lords of less consequence, have mentioned him. Lotero has said nothing of him. Nevertheless, we cannot doubt this voyage. For about that time this prince gave the monks of Bourget and Savoy a property called Udin, for the health of his soul, of that of Count Aim, his father, and of his ancestors. This donation, dated at Gien in Savoy and not Gina, in Thuringia, as is said in the Art of Verifying Dates, imports that the Count bestowed this liberality to obtain from God a fortunate establishment consummate in his voyage beyond sea. Now this word, consulate, then signified a principality, government, or sovereignty. Oderic Vidal gives to Roger, Count of Sicily, the title of Consul of Sicily. Gischenen adds here many other examples of the same kind. That which created doubts of the voyage of Humbert is the silence of the historians of the First Crusade, as well as all the acts of this prince that have been preserved, and which prove that he was in Europe in the year 1100. But all these doubts vanish when we know that he went in the second expedition. 208. The details of this last expedition are found scattered in the works of several historians. They who afford the most information are Albert Dykes, Oderic Vidal, Falker de Chartres, Chronicon, Uspergen Cis, Alberici Chronicon, and C. 209. For these various positions, see the map and the explanatory memoir. 210. The body of the Duke of Burgundy was brought back to France and buried at Citeaux. Urban Plankier says in his history that they observed the anniversary of the death of this prince on the Friday before Passion Sunday. After the death of her husband, Maule, the wife of Eudes and mother of Florini, retired to the Abbey of Fontevraud. 211. It has been said that Arbin, on setting out for the crusade, sold the county of Berry to Philip, King of France, for the sum of 60,000 crowns. This is the way in which the fact is related in history of Berry. King Philip redeemed his city of Bourges, which Henry his father had engaged for 60,000 crowns from Arbin. Thus Bourges returned to its natural friends. History of Berry, by Chameau, pages 97. 212. Ancient historians contain many other details concerning this expedition that we have not thought it necessary to notice. This expedition presents nothing but scenes of carnage and reverses, without glory or results. We shall be obliged to return to it hereafter. 213. Alexander, say the Greek historians, had 30,000 infantry and 5,000 horse. A single historian, Anaximenes, makes the Macedonian army amount to 48,000 men. 214. The Turks, 30 years before the taking of Jerusalem by the Christians, had scarcely witnessed any resistance to their invasion of some of the richest provinces of Asia, because the Muslim religion, which they had recently embraced, was that of the countries against which they directed their arms. If the Tartars at different epochs have invaded several countries of the globe and have maintained themselves in them, it was because on issuing from their deserts they had almost no religion, and were thus disposed to adopt any advantageous faith they might meet within their passage. It will be objected to me that the Arabians, in the first ages of the Hijra, invaded a great part of Asia and Africa, where they found other religions than their own long established. But it may be answered that these religions were sinking to decay. When the Muslims presented themselves in Europe, where the Christian religion was better established than in the East, this religion offered an insurmountable barrier to their progress. 215. Daimbert, Godfrey of Bouillon, and Raymond de Saint-Gilles, when writing to the Pope and the faithful of the West, say that the victory of Dorylean had filled the pilgrims with pride, and that God, to punish them, opposed Antioch to them, which delayed them 9 months. 216. Tasso himself was of this opinion, as may be seen in interesting letter addressed to us by Andrew Dallenel. The admiration which I entertain for the poet of the Crusades makes me exceedingly anxious that M. Babylonian should finish the undertaking he has begun, so worthy of his rare talent, a translation in verse of the Jerusalem Delivered. 217. Engingern, in his Histoire littéraire daily, has deigned to adopt, with some modification, several of these observations, which is the most worthy reward of my labors and researches. 218. In our general conclusion, we shall often have to quote the works of Engingern and Enjoyce though they accord upon the influence of the Crusades. 219. The verse of this writer is much better than his prose, which is very incorrect, and sometimes unintelligible. 220. We have obtained these details from a manuscript history of Bern, which has been kindly communicated to us by one of our most distinguished magistrates, who consecrates his leisure to the cultivation of letters. This history, remarkable for a wise erudition and sound criticism, is likely to throw a great light upon the remote times of which we speak. 221. All the ordinances of Gaston de Bern are to be found in the decrees of the Synod or Council held in Diocese of Elne, in Roussillon, the 16th of May, 1027. These dispositions had for object the truths of God. The council decreed that no unarmed clerk or monk should be attacked, nor any man who was going to church or coming from it, or was walking with women. At the Council of Burgess in 1031, and in several others, these regulations were removed. Laborers, there, cattle and mills, were placed under the safeguard of religion. See the collection of the Council's Bilopi Lab. It is not useless to remark that these regulations were at first received in Aquitaine. The Council of Clermont caused them to be adopted throughout the greater part of Europe. 222. I only here speak of the clergy with regard to its knowledge. The opinion I express is not only applicable to France, but to all the states of Europe. 223. What a comment upon man's assumption is the history of France, since this was written. Trans. 224. An excellent dissertation on the Holy Land, by the Abbé Gny, in Les Mémoires de l'Académie des Inscriptions, may be consulted with advantage. 225. We have been guided principally in the history of Jerusalem, by the Chronicle of Falguer de Chartres, that of Albert Dykes, the anonymous author of the Gesta Francorum Expeditionum Jerusalem, and the history of William of Tyre. There is nothing in French upon the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Being ignorant of the German language, we regret our inability to avail ourselves of the second volume of the history of the Crusades, by M. Walken, to the extent we could have wished. We may say the same of the history by M. Hagen, and several other German works upon the establishment of the Christians in the East. Among the Arabian historians from whom the learned D. Bertherod has made extracts, we have consulted 1. The Mussulman Annals of Abu Fida. 2. The History of Tabari, or rather the continuation of that historian who is called the Livy of the Arabians. 3. The History of Jerusalem, by Malkirat 4. The History of Aleppo, by Kamalet 5. The History of the Arabics, by Ben Latir. These historians and some others have furnished us with some points of comparison, in some document frequently incomplete, generally useless. The Oriental historians only become an abundant source of information at the epoch of the reigns of Nureddin and Saladin. 226. This account is found entire in Albert Dykes, Book 5, Chaps 8, 9, and c. 227. These sizes of Jerusalem, transported into the Kingdom of Cyprus, were collected in the 13th century by John de Bellin, Count of Jaffa and Ascalon. They were printed by Beaumansier and commented upon by Thomas de la Thomasière. It is to be lamented that the French publicists and Montesquieu himself have studied so superficially this monument of modern legislation, which is able to throw great light upon the history, laws, and manners of the Middle Ages. 228. Dolen's Alquanculum de Fratris Mort et plus Gottensta, Hereditate. Fulch. Garn. Lib. Ex Cap. 22. 229. The Christians were in so much danger in this expedition, that Falguer de Chartres exclaims in his history, I would rather have been at Chartres or Orleans, ego quadam vel Corneli valoralinis malum, est quam ibi. Lib. Ex Cap. 22. 230. Ubi ego ipse falceris ad aquavinius. In Dungars, pages 405. The same historian speaks in the same chapter of the Dead Sea, and of the phenomena he had remarked. Falguer de Chartres seldom neglects an opportunity of speaking of himself. These words, ego falceris, very frequently appear in his narration. 231. William of Tyre, in his account of the taking of Caesarea, speaks of the precious vase which fell to the share of the Genoese. At this time, says he, was found a vase in the shape of a dish, of a bright green color, which the Genoese, believing it to be an emerald, were desirous of having, at the valuation of a large sum of money, to make an offering of to their church as an excellent ornament, and which they are accustomed to exhibit to the great lords who pass through their city. This vase found at Caesarea, and preserved at Genoa till the end of the last century, is now in the cabinet of antiques in the Imperial Library at Paris. QY whether restored to the Genoese in 1815. Trends. 232. This singular effect is related by William of Tyre with all its details. Chap. X. 233. We here follow the version of Falgur de Chartres, who makes use of the word vivid instead of vincit, which appears to have prevailed afterwards. The device Christus regnat, vincit, imperat, forms the legend of the reverse of all the gold points struck in France, from the time of John to that of Louis XVI, under the different names of Frank Zapata de Cheval, of Ailets, or Equus d'Or, or Louis. In the most ancient, the Franks, the verb vincit is the first, XPC vincit, XPC regnat, XPC imperat. Christ conquers, Christ reigns, and Christ governs. Which proves that this device or war cry may be traced back to the time of the Crusades. 234. See given for the interesting memoir of this noble family, whose name so frequently occurs in our own history, and is, I believe, still extant in the Courtenays, Earls of Devon-Trans. 235. Anna Comnena adds that to complete the deceit, he was shut up with a dead cock, and wonders how the barbarian could endure the confinement and putrefaction. Notes to Gibbon. Trends. 236. This may at first appear a singular pledge, but when we remember the great consideration in which beards were and are held in the East, we are reconciled to the fact. Beckford makes Vathek inflict loss of beard upon the sages who cannot decipher the magic characters upon the sabers as the greatest possible punishment. And fewer, better acquainted with Eastern manners than the master of Fonthill, Abbey Trends. 237. These details are taken from the Arabian historian Novari. 238. Sir William Davenant elegantly calls both the monuments of deceased minds. Trends. 239. Abu Fida in his account justifies the Genoese for the massacre of the Mussulmans. The city being taken by assault, they did not exceed the usual rites of war. Another Arabian historian, Ibn al-Bitai, says that the Christians exhibited at the taking of Tripoli the same destructive theory as the Arabs had who burned the library of Alexandria. This same historian speaks of the incredible number of 3 million of volumes. We have preferred the version of Novari, who reduces the number of volumes to 100,000. This author states that the Library of Tripoli was founded by the Qadi Abu Talib Hasan, who had himself composed several works. 240. The governor of Mosul is called by the Latins Maladoctus, Medol, and by the Arabians Madats. Toglaquin was prince of Damascus. 241. We have avoided mentioning too frequently the sultans and emirs of Syria, whose names seem the more barbarous as they are correctly written. 242. Tabari and Abul Fida. 243. C. For an account of this disaster, Camaleddin and Tabari. 244. The account of this battle, and the preparations for it, are taken from Robert of the Mount Robertus de Monte, Appendix ad Sigeberdum. This author speaks of the fast the troops were ordered to undergo, as had been done at Nineveh, Universa Pecori Pabula, Negabanter. He also speaks of the milk of the Holy Virgin, carried in a vase, Episcopus Bethlehemites Ferens in Parkside Lac Sancte Marie, Virginis. 245. This act is reported in its entirety by William of Tyre. 246. Albert Dykes finishes his history in the first year of the reign of Baldwin II. And Falgur de Chartres terminates as after the siege of Tyre. We may consult for this reign many passages of Baronius, Robert of the Mount, Senudi, and particularly William of Tyre and Bernardus Castorius. We are in possession of the second part of A History of Jerusalem, the anonymous author of which speaks of the reigns of the two first Baldwins. It will be said perhaps that I have borrowed from these different historians too many details. But I could not resist the desire I had to impart to my readers things that have never hitherto been related in the French language. It is surprising that, notwithstanding Jerusalem was almost always governed and defended by the Franks, no writer or nation has spoken of it. 247. The Emir Balak was a prince of the family of Ortok, who possessed many places on the Euphrates, reigned in Aleppo and Mesopotamia, and could set on foot innumerable armies of Turkomans. 248. Edma, the daughter of Baldwin, still a child, was violated by the Mussulmans, to whom her father had given her as an hostage. 249. C. As well for the incursion of the Turks as of those of the Christians, Camaleddin, Tabari, and Abalfeda. 250. Our learned Orientalists have furnished us with some very useful and profound works on the Ismailians. At their head is M. Dassisi, who has made us acquainted with the doctrine and many of the usages of this singular people. M. Jourdain has on this subject supplied us with a very interesting memoir. 251. C. For the origin and the reign of Zengi, the history of the Atabeks, by Ben Latier. 252. The history of the Knights of St. John has been written in Italian by Bosio, and translated into French by Boisset. The history, since written by the Abbé de Verdot, has caused all that preceded it to be forgotten. The Templars, after their tragical end, had no historian of their exploits in the Holy Land. But they have in our days found a very eloquent one in M. Reynard. 253. See Saint Bernard, Exhortatio ad Malax Templi. 254. We will relate in full the decrees of the Council of Naples, which form a precious monument of the history of these distant times. But the greater part of the crimes and offenses against which the fathers of this council raise their voices do not permit us to give these statutes in French or English, or present the most curious details of them. 255. The castle of Pizet, near Orleans, was besieged 3 times by all the forces of Louis le Gros. This castle was at length taken and demolished. Villiers, and all the French historians, having neglected to read William of Tyre, make the Seigneur de Pizet die in the kingdom of Naples. 256. When quoting William of Tyre, I avail myself always of the old translation, whose name and simple style associates best with the spirit and manners of the 12th century. 257. In William of Tyre may be seen a letter which the vizier of Damascus addressed to the Christian princes of Jerusalem. 258. The Assizes of Jerusalem speak thus of the coronation of the king. Limet Lano Odoit, Quison 5 Boy. It aspers I shined, Lesbi, Quison 5 Justice, a defender foi at St. Esclies. It aspers Logharon, Quison 5 La Dignite. It aspers La Scepter, Queen, Son 5 Chaser Defender. It aspers La Pomme, Quison 5 La Terra, Du Royaume. Although offering a translation, I cannot resist giving this very curious piece of old French. Trans. They put the ring on his finger, as signifying faith. Then they girded on the sword, which means he must defend justice, faith, and the Holy Church. Next the crown, which denotes dignity. After that the scepter, with which he is both to punish and defend. And at last the apple or globe, which signifies the kingdom of the earth. 259. William of Tyre attributes the determination of the king and the barons to the cries of the populace of Jerusalem. The same historian relates this expedition with many details in his 16th book, Ch. G. 260. Camaleddin, an Arabian historian, and William of Tyre agree as to the principal circumstances of the siege. 261. We have before us in manuscript some historical and geographical notes upon the city of Edessa, communicated to us by M. J. Chinda, Servid, an Armenian professor. This work is rendered more valuable by M. J. Chinda Servid, its author, being born at Edessa, where he passed many years. These notes are to be published in a general picture of Armenia, which will not fail to attract the attention of the learned. 262. The greater part of the Arabian historians assert that Zengi sought to repair the evils his army had caused to the inhabitants of Edessa. Camiletin relates the following anecdote on the subject, which makes us at the same time acquainted with the Muslim spirit of history and manners. We will transcribe the Latin extract from Dom. Vertero, Neretinus ingressus est urbem, darpuidim, incalis, juvo captivitatis submissit. Elis evacuata fiderbs, podjucantum, remanserant. Ex captivis unmissit ancillum Neretinus ad Sagadinum, ali cojucum, pro rege, patris sui and musula interminere quae ad, umissit. Quam cum vidicidal, statimula usas est. Lavixe, postia, dixit xus, nos cinquid miniac diaxiderit? Dixerant, non. Dixit, cum rom sipimus, regnanti Zengi, inter res raptizin, manus mes incidit ancilla pulchra, aegis pulchritudo mihid mudin, ploquit. Agim declinavit cormoim, statim jush Zengi martyris, fit inflammatum, red servosipes raptus. Megiundis poro erat, et referentis. Ancillum rediti, a vero semper adhesit cormoim, neo vero misit milidum inoridis, quaeter, ancillus misit, plurs, quas interindem ancillum. Quaeter ern subege, neatic idiom, toliter. Camiletin, Histialep. Pages 62, translation of Dom. Berthereau. 263, M. Zerbit has translated this piece into French, which for several reasons deserves to be known. This poem, in 7 cantos, was composed by Narses Lebeau, the Armenian patriarch of the city of Edessa, to console his fellow citizens in their misfortune and arouse the zeal of the defenders of the Christian religion against the Turks. 264. Godfrey, who was abbot of Clairvaux after Saint Bernard, has left us a life of this saint, in which he does not speak of the crusade. The reason of this is that Saint Bernard was reproached with the crusade, and that his panegyrists then thought proper to pass over this remarkable epic. We have several other lives of Saint Bernard. The best and most complete is that which is printed in La France Littéraire. 265. Commuta est quadam et contramuit terra, quae coepitius cali, praeterem suem. Saint Bernard, Epist. CCCXXAI. 266. Nunquid potis mitter angelarum plus quinduitessim legiones, aut, certicer verbo, it liberabit terras va? Saint Bernard, Epist. CCCXXAI. 267. The pulpit from which Saint Bernard preached the crusade remained in the church of Vézelay until the period of the Revolution of 1789. 268. The Abbé Velay thus relates the same fact, satisfied with the character of preacher and thaumaturge performer of miracles. Saint Bernard set out for Germany, where he put to silence another monk, who, without having the authority of the Pope, dared to exhort the Christian nations to take up arms for the assistance of their brethren in Asia. 269. These exclamations were pronounced in Old German, Christ uns, Gend, die Heiligen Allhelfen uns. 270. Philip, Archdeacon of Liege, afterwards a monk of Clairvaux, has made a detailed relation of the miracles of Saint Bernard, from the first Sunday in Advent, the first day of December, 1146, to Thursday, the second day of the following January. In his relations, he produces 10 ocular witnesses, whose names he gives. Leper, Mayborg, in his History of the Crusades, does not appear to believe in the authenticity of the miracles of Saint Bernard. The author of The Life of Sugar, 3 vols. In 12mo, sharply reproves Mayborg for his incredulity. We do not think it at all necessary to go into this question. We believe it to be quite sufficient to know that the contemporaries of Saint Bernard had faith in his miracles, and that this faith made them perform things which simple reason might call miraculous. 271. A German historian speaks thus of this crusade. See on Alter, non, Pactanum rationi, exilibit expeditio frequens, percurator, eugener hominem qui rapinis consuerunt victitor. nostum devotione, qualicunt, omnes iginas homines, pro remedio cacadorum sacram, amplexi militiam, in him the mindeder vilentus expeditionem. Grants, Visax. C. 13. De Regibus Hierosolymarum, Octor Cristofano, Bisoldo, pages 214. 272. The Pope had forbidden luxury among the Crusaders. He expressed himself thus in a circular, nec int investibus precisis, icam, conifus civivirus, aut alis quae ostentatione podius et lasciviae, quam necessaries videntur vivus desivire, sed in modesto apertu, it habitu, in quo ponitentiam podius eject quam in enem affectare, gloriam videntur. 273. We quote here the words of Belforest, which we should not use if they were not translations from contemporary chronicles. We will only repeat a single passage, which is taken from the Chronicle of Raoul de Dicet, per totum gallium fitis radio generalis. Non sexes, non ordo, non dignitas confiam exclusavit, quid obscenium regi, conferit. Cujus iter multis imprecationibus perscavitur. 274. Montfaucon speaks of these pictures in Les Monuments de la Mona du Français, Vol. I. 275. Otto of Frosingham, an eyewitness, describes this misfortune at great length. 276. Otto gives an account of this deliberation, and reports the speech of the Bishop of Lingers, on whom he bestows the greatest praise. 277. Otto of Frosingham, an ocular witness, gives none of the details of the rout of the Germans, saying as his excuse that he had nothing agreeable to relate. The just WLUC in William of Tyre Supply, the silence of Otto of Frosingham. 278. Nicetas, in his account, confounds the army of the French with that of the Germans, who did not fight on the banks of the Meander. All which Louis he attributes to Conrad. The German historians have followed him, and state the victory near the Meander to have been gained by the sovereign of their own nation. 279. The Crusaders had then a march of 40 days before them to arrive at Antioch by land. They might have reached it in 3 days by sea. 280. Otto de Dil is the only writer who speaks of these events. But his account appears to us full of obscurity in some parts. 281. The 19th of March, 1148. 282. See the translation of William of Tyre, Book GCH. 21. 283. Some romancers, and even some historians, have advanced that Eleanor of Guienne was in love with Saladin, who founded the dynasty of the Ayyubites. Saladin, the son of Alp, was born the same year that Eleanor married Louis VII, and was scarcely 10 years old at the time of the Second Crusade. Her second son, by Henry II of England, became the great rival of Saladin in military glory. Trends. 284. Percussitum intercalum et sinistrum humorum et mirabili. Otto quod insis secit totum pectus cum humoris descendit obliquando, uscad latus dextrum, till later quad pars exterior anticipatus, cum capite cessat super terram, et tunc ons terci, qui ictum tem, formidabilem viderum stupefacti, statim fuga remedium nostrorum gladios, evaserant. G.C. Chappie. 285. All these details, and some others which were not known to the authors of the West, are taken from the Arabian Chronicle of Abu Farad. 286. Abelfida, Abelfrich, and some other Arabian historians speak of the siege of Damascus. But it is difficult to reconcile their account with that of the Latins. We have taken some few circumstances from them that appeared the most probable. The Chronicle of Abu Farad is that which gives the most circumstantial details. 287. The Chronicle of Joyve attributes the retreat of the Christians to the perfidy of the Templars. Cum civitas Christianis perdenda assit, accessorant Templari, decentes se primum habituros pugnum, ad omnes, died in communi victoriam obtinerant, staturum didactentoria, sua intra civitam et exercitum Christianorum, icamus qui erant, in civitate paganis perditionis pactum inerant. Subsigitur eorum, obnocentes capitatem, Permiserant Ister Scotos Plenos Besantis, Ores, Cios ab Obsedione Liberant. Deluci itac Christiani per, Milites Templi, Damasco recesserant. Postmodicum vero contemplari, promissos cetherebus recipicent codos, in isdem non numos Oreos, sed, cuprios invenerant, miraculo quae scripserant. 288, William of Tyre, B. XVII. Chap. 6. 289, this crusade from the north is mentioned by Otto of Freisingen. Saxa the grammarian gives the most ample details in his 13th book. The reader may likewise consult the Latin history of Germany, by Krantz. The history of Denmark, by Mallet, does not say a word of this war. 290, Arnold, a Flemish preacher, on the publication of the Second Crusade, exhorted the nations of France and Germany to enroll themselves in this pious army. He followed the Crusaders who laid siege to Lisbon, under the command of Arnold Count Darschet. Arnold sent an account of the siege to Malo, Bishop of Teheran, in a letter published by Dom Martin in the first volume of his great collection, upon 2 manuscripts. The relation of Arnold, an eyewitness, different from that of Robert of the Mount, is adopted by Fleury. The historian of Portugal, Manuel de Faria y Sousa, speaks also of this expedition of the Crusaders. 291, Saint Bernard wrote to the estates of the kingdom, assembled by Sugar, to repress the ambition of a brother of the king and some great vassals. He also wrote to the abbot of Saint Denis, Waltz Lewis, said, he in his letter, is fighting for a king whose reign is eternal. Whilst in the flower of his age he exiles himself from his kingdom to serve him who causes them to reign that serve him, is it possible there can be men so rash as to create disorder and troubles in his states, and to attack in his person the Lord and his Christ? Yep. 337. 292. The legend of one of these medals is conceived in these terms. Regi invicto ab orient reduci, frementes laetices. In another medal the meander is represented, and a trophy raised upon its banks, with this inscription: Tersis et ribus mintrices fugatis. 293. We have a Life of Sugar, written by his secretary. We have in French a Life of the Abbot of Saint Denis, in 3 volumes. L'Académie Française in 1778 proposed the eulogy of sugar as a subject for a prize. The Discourse of Enguerrand, which was crowned, contains many, very eloquent passages. We have before us another discourse which was published in 1779, which presents an exaggerated, but very ingenious, satire upon the life and administration of sugar. 294, Robert of the Mount. 295, William of Tyre says that he was once much scandalized by a question Mary put to him concerning the next world. 296, among the Arabian authors who give the greatest number of details of the conquest of Egypt, the continuator of Tabari deserves remark. Jabin, son of Muhammad, the author of the Ruddins, the 2 volumes or not of Nuruddin and Saladin, is also very explicit upon this war between the Christians and the Muslims. Maujuruddin, in his History of Jerusalem, said a few words of the conquest of Egypt by Shirkuh. Abul-Hasan speaks also of the conquest of Egypt by the Turks. When speaking of the influence the Franks exercised at Cairo, he says they had a particular quarter of the city and market, which Chabrab had built for them. Kamaleddin, in his History of Aleppo, relates these events with his usual clearness. This author agrees with Tabari. Ibn al-Athir, in his History of the Arabics, says but in very few words about the conquest of Egypt. He agrees with the continuator of Tabari and Kamaleddin. Jamaluddin, in his History of Egypt, is also very brief on this important event. Makrizi, in his Kitab el-Saluk to Marashdal al-Mulk Institution on the Knowledge of the Dynasties of Kings, only speaks with brevity of these events. Amongst the Latin authors who have spoken of the conquest of Egypt, we principally quote William of Tyre and the Latin history of the latter years of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which is met within the collection of Bungars. 297, near the castle of Tura, 2 leagues from Cairo, opposite ancient Memphis. 298. Saladin has said many historians. Among Arabian authors, the most celebrated are Bohadin, who has written his life. Omid al-Khat, secretary of the Sultan, and author of the Fatah. Shaykhadin, author of the lives of Nuruddin and Saladin, entitled El-Rodans, or the Two Gardens. Several particulars relative to the Mussulman hero are to be met within Abu Fida, who is of the family of Il, and in several other Arabian writers quoted by de Bergerac. There is a life of Saladin in French, by Martin. In the Imperial Library of France, Trent. 2 manuscript lives may likewise be consulted, one by the Abbé Renaudot, and the other by Galland, the translator of the 1001 Nights. 299. This was a common punishment in the East. In the Persian, though death, as described by Plutarch, the criminal was nailed down in a boat, leaving only his head bare. Thus smeared, exposed, and left to die. Trends. 300. Shahatin, Tabari, and Abu Fida relate this at a great length. 301. I am inclined to think this was a kind of ceremony, the liege lord demanding entrance to the fortress of his vassal. Trends. 302. Jacques de Vitry does not spare the Christians of the East in his history, particularly in the chapters entitled De Corruptione Prelatorum, De Regularibus Irregulare Vervantibus, De Corruptione Terrae Sanctae. This satire is a juvenile would appear moderate by the side of the pages of this historian, who had been in the Holy Land in the quality of a legate. 303. This was the same Andronicus who afterwards ascended the throne of Constantinople, and became notorious for his cruelties. 304. The Latin history of the Kingdom of Jerusalem contains this curious passage, quidam vero, ut fama ferbat, ardentius ceteris, movebater, it exercist viri genitalibus, et tanquam usum gignendi, reserver deposit, ut vel mortua membra, si feri possit, virtuis, tanti susciter inheridem. See the collection of Bengars, pages 1151. 305. Among the Christian historians who have spoken of the Battle of Tiberias, the following may be consulted: Chronica Terrae Sanctae. The 2 continuations of William of Tyre, by Harold and Tudor Plagan. And the Latin History of Jerusalem. Jacques de Vitry, William de Newbridge, the Chronicle of Gervais, Paul Emile Roger de Hoveden, and Matthew Paris also give some details of this battle, and of the events by which it was followed. None of these authors, however, have described it at sufficient length to give a complete idea of it. They are not even always agreed, and ought to be read with much precaution. 306. Saladin adds in his letter that the Franks flew round the cross, like moths round light. 307. The continuator of Tabari speaks with much detail of this battle. The author of the Rodatin, in the description which he has given of this day, shows all the enthusiasm of a Mussulman. We find in these 2 histories, and even in Omid the secretary of Saladin, more word than things, more oriental figures than historical circumstances. They may, however, be profitably consulted by comparing their accounts with those of the Latins. 308. Many Christian historians accuse Raymond of having assisted the cause of Saladin. No Mussulman historian is of this opinion. Indeed, several of them speak of him as the most cruel enemy of the Saracens. The continuator of Tabari positively says that the Count of Tripoli was opposed to the marching of the Franks towards Tiberias, and Marin, in his History of Saladin, has discussed this point of history, and the proofs that he gives leave no doubt respecting the sincerity of the intentions of Raymond. Abelfida, in the short description which he gives of the day of Hedin, praises the valor of Raymond, and says that he died of the grief created by the defeat of the Christians. In a letter written in the name of Saladin by the Qadi al-Fil to the Imam, Nisr Seddin Ila al-Abbas Ahmed, are these remarkable words: not one of the Christians was able to escape except the Count of Tripoli. May God curse him. God caused him afterwards to die, and sent him from the kingdom of death to hell. This letter of Saladin's, which speaks also of the taking of Jerusalem, had been preserved by Abu Kilkanan, his biography in Jordan had the intention of giving a translation of it. But the text presents so many difficulties, from the use of Oriental figures and bad copying, that he was obliged to be satisfied with making some extracts from it. 309. For the siege of Jerusalem we may consult the continuator of Tabari, the author of the Radadnans, and the letter from Saladin, before mentioned. All the Arabian historians are agreed as to the principal circumstances. Mujahideen, in his History of Jerusalem, of all the Arabian writers of this period, give the fewest particulars of the siege and capture of the Holy City. We need not repeat that the greater part of these historians are known to us by the Latin extracts of Dom. Bertrand. 310. Most historians say that Saladin granted a delay of 40 days to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. In the position that matters were in, Saladin could not remain 40 days before a captured city. And what proves that historians are mistaken in this respect is that they themselves say that Saladin took Jerusalem in the beginning of October, and that he set out on the day of All Saints, which is always the 1st of November, from Ptolemy to go to the siege of the city of Tyre. 311. Marn. Most historians say that Saladin was not at Jerusalem during the siege. They are in error. The author of the Radadnans says positively that the princess came out of Jerusalem with the other captives, followed by her treasures and her attendants. She asked permission of Saladin to rejoin her husband, who was then detained a prisoner at Nablus. 312. This fact, which is not mentioned by our Western authors, is related with many details by Odeon and Adolphina. 313. These prodigies remind us of those related by the historian Josephus in his account of the conquest of Jerusalem. 314. Marn, in his History of Saladin, and several others after him, have pretended that the William who came into Europe to preach the crusade was not the author of the History of Jerusalem. This assertion is founded on an obscure passage of Hugh Flagon, and is not at all confirmed by the testimony of contemporary historians. Matthew Paris, and all the other authors of the time, give the name of William to the Archbishop of Tyre who came into Europe. If this William had not been the same as the historian of this name, would it not have been remarked by contemporary chronicles? All these chronicles give us some details of the birth and life of William, author of the History of Jerusalem. And if another William, Archbishop of Tyre, came into the West, why have not the historians of the time made him known, and said something of him? His mission was sufficiently important. The sea in which he was placed attracted attention enough for the second to be mentioned as well as the first, if there was one. 315. For the history of this period, the following authors may be consulted with advantage: the Acts of Rymer, the historian Rigord, Roger of Hoveton, Matthew Paris, William of Newbridge, the Chronicle of Albert of Twelvefontaines, Otho of St. Blaise, Brompton, the Chronicle of Gervais and Sim. 316. The noblest monument of the conqueror's Venus of the Terror, which he inspired, is the Saladin 10. Gibbon.
That's so
Trent.
satisfying.
317.
Ooh, I wanted to get that.
There was extant in
Kill
Latin an
shot with
account
my
of the journey
MD.
of Archbishop Baldwin through the country
He
of
knows it
Wales,
too, that's why he's so
entitled
mad.
Itinerarium Cambrai, drawn up by Barry, who accompanied the preacher of the crusade. This
Yeah,
journey
he
is
looks
curious
right.
from the singular prodigies and miracles which are
Kidding
related
me.
in it. If this relation may
I'm
be
ready to
credited,
die.
Archbishop Baldwin neglected no means to induce the people to take the cross. He ruled, one day, says Barry, a great
This
number of men who
ordained
came to him in a state of
of the
nudity,
universe.
their clothes being secreted by their wives and friends, who wished to prevent their going. 318. The Discourse
That's
of
all.
Peter of Blois, which is printed in his works, has for title, Tractatus de Jerusalemitan Pergamiani. After having quoted several passages from the Bible and Testament to exhort the Crusaders to set out, he cites 2 verses from the 10th chapter of Journal, and 2 verses from the Fasti of Obed. He is not satisfied with presenting to the pilgrims the example of Abraham, but points out to them all the kings and captains of profane antiquity. Peter of Blois does not spare In his discourse, the princes and nobles who compelled the clergy to pay tribute towards the expenses of the Holy War. 319, Cantabridensis apud Syriam, died Juni, cap. 20. This is likewise related by Basildo, De Regibus Haer Saliminorum, pages 274. 320. The letter written by Frederick to Saladin, and the answer of Saladin to Frederick, have been preserved by Baronius and Matthew Paris. 321. In the works of Peter of Blois a letter which Alexander III wrote to the Sultan of Iconium, giving him counsels to direct him in his conversion. This same letter is in many other collections. 322. The monk Pand, who was himself a crusader, and Crucius, both, attest this miracle. 323. Most historians make Frederick perish in the river Shitness, in which Alexander bathed. But they have confounded the Shitness with the Silif, according to historians of the time. The Shitness, which is now called Karasu, that is to say, black water, flows from Antitoris into Lower Armenia, near ancient Dionysia. It enters Cilicia, passes by the city of Tarsus, and falls into the sea 2 leagues from that city. Silif, a little river, has its source in the mountains of Isauria, and bathes the walls of Cilicia. The inhabitants commonly call it the water of Selik. According to Armenian historians, it was in this river Frederick Barbarossa met his death. As Narses, of Lemprun, sent by the Armenians to compliment the Emperor of Germany, says that that prince, bathing in the river Silif, was carried away by the rapidity of the stream, and that, being weakened by age, he was not able to contend against it, and was drowned. This precious and authentic information is given us by Mkahanda Serbid, Armenian professor. The Arabian historian Ahmed relates that Frederick Barbarossa was drowned in endeavoring to cross the river on horseback. The force of the stream carried him towards a tree, against which he struck his head. He was dragged out of the water, adds Ahmed, and his soul being ready to quit his body, the angel of death took possession of it, and carried it to hell. 324. The chronicle entitled Historia Hierosolimitana relates all that passed in the kingdom of Jerusalem from 1177 to the siege of Ptolemy inclusively. The Chronicle of the Holy Land, the 2 continuators of William of Tyre, Florent and the Bishop of Ptolemy, give some particulars of the siege, but much less than the Arabian historians, to whom we shall often have recourse. 325. Karakosh was the first minister of Saladin in Egypt. It was he who caused the well of Joseph to be dug, built the citadel, and began the enclosure of Cairo. Karakosh was short and humpbacked. His name is employed now in Egypt for a sort of punchinello, who amuses the people in the streets, in whose mouth are placed abundance of obscenities. 326. The Arabian historians Chobadin, the author of the Raudatins, Ahmed of Isfahan, and Boyadin, give many more particulars of the siege of Ptolemy than the Latin historians. These 3 Mussulman historians accompanied Saladin in all his expeditions. 327. This day I was among the holy men, and I was upon the hill with them, looking at the fight, and watching for what would happen to the enemy. We had no idea that the battle would reach us. But when the enemy became mingled with us, we mounted on our mules, without any equipments, and seeing that all the army had turned their backs, fled away. We reached Tiberias, with others who had taken the same road. Every one of us had forgotten to either eat or drink. Other fugitives went as far as Damascus without stopping on their way, constantly pursued by fear. Chobadin. 328. The author of the Raudatin says that 1,000 Mussulman horsemen were all that maintained and recovered the battle. Saladin, as the same author, remained alone upon the field, and angels defended him. 329. Our author before mentions Gerard Davison as left in charge of the camp. But I am not sufficiently certain there were not 2 of the name to alter the text. Trans. 330. This accident of a loose horse is related by the anonymous author of the History of Jerusalem Historia Hierosolimitana. 331. The Arabian historians say that a horse escaped from a vessel and was pursued. He threw himself among the Mussulmans, who presented him to Saladin, which was considered an evil presage. C. Chivitan, the historian of Saladin. 332. Florentinus, bishop of Ptolemy, relates that when the famine began to reign among the besiegers, to put a check upon the greediness of those who sold provisions at too high a price, Borons constituent anoprosis or adentur Siberia persio minor. Sed erinivissimus peter prioridum non audent vender consudo, more. Non animtum Siberia inveniuntur perforum venelia. Sed, effodiuntur pavimenta, domini recludantur. Sic in obset locipos famine, pavanter. 333. Fleury relates this fact in his ecclesiastical history, after the English historian Roger Hoveden. The same Roger speaks of the predictions and visions of Abbot Joachim, who finished by incurring the censure of the Holy See. 334. Could not the reader imagine these kings were playing the siege of Troy, and that Richard was the sulky Achilles? There is a strong resemblance in the constitution of the forces before Troy and the independent nations, baronies, and counties of the Crusaders. Thence, the dissensions, delays, and disasters of both. History becomes the test of poetry, and Homer shines forth not only the great poet, but the veracious historian and clear-sighted philosopher. Trends. 335. I would fain translate this word shield or buckler, but as I cannot find the word cuirass ever used for one of these, am obliged to follow my original. Trends. 336. Either the English took less part in the Crusades than we generally imagine, or a French historian does not meet them to honor. The Archbishop of Canterbury is the only name clearly English in this list. I shall have occasion to recur to this subject. Trends. 337. Saladin had a copy of the Quran, compiled by Omar, always carried with his army. 338. Florentinus, bishop of Ptolemy, describes with horror the impiety of the Turks. Miletus Asposer supermuros dans tubercos, sanctam monibus crucem, elevans cum flagellus asperis inverberans, it cum impropries, nobis minitans. 339. One of our people, says Ahmed, having been made prisoner, was burned, and the flames accompanied him to his place of everlasting repose. We took a Christian, we burned him, and the flames that devoured him mingled with the fires of hell. See the MS from Bertherel. 340. A combat of children is related by Ahmed of Isfahan. And the same author speaks of the Christian heroines who mingled in the fight. He adds that the young women fought, and the old women animated them by their cries. 341. The march and the contests of the Christians and the Mussulmans are described in fullest detail by Ibn al-Khattab, secretary to Saladin, in his book entitled the Fetah, and by Shaybin, author of the Rebellion. These two historians almost always make the Mussulmans
There's all these guys here.
We have
Somebody kill them.
animated the tongues of lances and swords to speak to the Christians and to hear their words.
Somebody finally
Then
killed them.
God rendered sweet to us all that was bitter,
must be
and by his
losing.
goodness drew near to us all that was at a distance. We shall not follow these two historians, nor even go yet in through the combats of the Muslims and Christians, combats in which the latter are, by their account, always conquered, and yet always continue to advance into their enemy's country. 342. Ahmed says that the Muslims surrounded the army of their enemy, as the eyelashes surround the eye. The Muslim authors speak highly of Joxtaves. All the historians of Saladin do not agree as to his defeat, and say that Richard got possession of Jaffa after being conquered. Abu Fida is more honest. Tabari agrees also that the Muslims were put to flight. The same historian adds to his faithful account the following remarkable circumstance. Near the Muslim army was a thick wood, into which they retreated. The Franks believed that this retreat was a stratagem, and did not dare to pursue their enemies, whom they might have destroyed if they had followed up their victory. For these authors, see the Latin extracts of Dom Bertherel. 343. Arabian historians say nothing of the single combat between Richard and Saladin. English historians alone mention it. 344. I cannot attach much consequence to the silence of the Arabian writers on this subject, neither can I think, with our author, such a rencounter so improbable in such a melee. The principal argument against it is that Saladin survived the battle. Richard was at least 12 years younger than Saladin, and in the full vigor of a large, powerful frame, while Saladin was weakened by toil and disease. Trends. 345. This gallant act of devotedness of William de Porcelet, a Provençal gentleman, is related by both the Latin and Oriental historians. 346. This negotiation is related by the principal Arabian historians, Bohidin and the author of the Fata. Although Christian writers have not spoken of it, it will be difficult to cast doubt upon, or weaken the evidence of Arabian authors, who were ocular witnesses, and were themselves mixed up with the affair. It is this negotiation that gave Madame Cotton the idea of her Romance of Matilda, or the Crusades. A work full of eloquent pictures and heroic sentiments, drawn from the history of chivalry. 347. M. Poulter, in his manuscript History of the States of Syria, believes that the city, so named by the historians of the Crusade, is the city of Eleutheropolis, situated 9 or 10 leagues east of Ascalon, on the road to Jerusalem, in a valley crossed by the torrent of Ascalon, 7 leagues west of Jerusalem, and 6 of Ramlah. 348. The assassination of Conrad is thus related in the continuator of Taberi. See the MS of de Bertherot. 349. Our author's argument is very weak here. Gibbon says, I cannot believe that a soldier so free and fearless in the use of his lance as Richard would have descended to whet a dagger against his valiant brother Conrad de Montferrat. Decline and Fall, Vol v. p. 426. Trends. 350. It is difficult to follow the accounts of several historians at this period, who affirm that Richard was not willing to take Jerusalem. M. Poulter, a distinguished officer who made the campaign of 1799, has furnished us with all the means of understanding the old chronicles, and to appreciate their testimony. Historians, from ignorance of the country, are often deceived with respect to military events. The situation of places and a knowledge of the country are often the best commentaries we can have upon the old historians of the Crusades. M. Poulter has himself related part of the events which we repeat, and his account, which he has kindly confided to us, has given us useful information, which will throw light upon this part of our history. 351. Gibbon's conclusion is very different. He says, the laurels of Richard were blasted by the prudence or envy of his companions. Trends. 352. The historian Bohidin relates that Richard, in an interview with Abu Bakr, the ambassador of Saladin, said that he only sought for a pretext to return to Europe, that he took little interest in the affairs of Palestine, that the Christians could not stand against the Mussulman power when deprived of his support, that a very small force would be sufficient to take the few places they still possessed, that the Sultan need not be difficult, as the peace would only be simulated, and would serve to remove the only obstacle to the conquests of that prince. See Life of Saladin, by Marin. 353. The Latin historians say that the truce was for 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days. We prefer the version of the Oriental writers, who say that the truce was for 3 years and 8 months. Ahmed, whose account we adopt, declares he wrote the treaty with his own hand. 354. Gibbon says, a personal interview with Richard was declined by Saladin, who alleged their mutual ignorance of each other's language. Vol v. pages 429. Trends. 355.
Oh,
L'amour de
hey.
Salmi. Trends.
This is an awful
356.
book.
The adventures of the
Terrible.
Chatelaine de Cossey and the Lady de Fil are related in an old chronicle quoted by the President Felker.
Yeah.
There exists
it's,
in the Imperial
volume
Library a
one of
manuscript copy of
Michaud's
this
Crusades.
chronicle,
He's a
which
monarchist.
appears to have been
He
written
says
towards the
lots
beginning
of
of the
awful,
13th
awful
century,
things.
a short
But-
time after the Third Crusade.
He works from
M.
a
Rochford,
lot of
whose authority is of great
difficult
weight in all
Latin
which
manuscripts,
concerns the
so
Middle
it's like
Ages, does not
you
appear to
have.
adopt the account of the chronicle quoted in
It's
his
like reading
article
about-
Conceived La Biographie Universelle, and is of the opinion of Father Papin, who attributes the adventure of the Chatelaine
It's
to
like
the
a reading
troubadour
about
Coveston.
Oliver Cromwell.
We may
from,
object to
well,
M.
you
Rochford
know,
that the adventure of
reading about
Coveston is not the same
the
as that of
history of the
Cossey,
1640s
and that
of
one
Ireland
may
from,
be true without rendering the
fans
other
of Oliver
doubtful.
Cromwell.
We find in the works of Belloc a
Awful
dissertation
book.
which has not been refuted, which proves the truth, if not of some details, of the principal facts related in the chronicle we have quoted. 357. Saladin had but little indulgence in religious
Go
matters.
away! Leave me alone.
The Abbé Renaudot, in
Yeah,
his
that's good.
manuscript history, relates
is a
that he
lot.
caused a philosopher to be strangled who ventured to preach new doctrines in the
That's
city
why it's
of
so
Aleppo.
dumb.
358. To know the character and
There's like
virtues of
thresholds
Saladin,
that
it is
with
sufficient
bots, you know,
to
so
quote
you
the
can do
discourse
stuff
he
and
addressed
the
to his
bot
son
will trigger
Eldar,
another
to whom he
threshold
had confided the
and
government of
engage
a
in stupid
province.
behavior.
My son, said he, you are about to reign over states that I have bestowed upon you. My infirmities give me reason to fear that I may never see you again. I recommend you, then, my son, as my last command, to love and honor God, who is the source of all good, and to observe the precepts of his law. For your welfare depends upon it. Spare human blood, for fear it should fall again upon your own head. For blood once shed never sleeps. Endeavor to gain the hearts of your subjects. Administer justice, and be as careful of their interests as of your own. You will have to render an account to God of this trust which I confide to you in his name. Show respect and condescension for the emirs, the imams, the caliphs, and all persons placed in authority. It is only by mildness and clemency that I have attained the elevated position in which you behold me. We are all mortal, O my son. Entertain then the malice, no hatred against anyone.
I'm gonna
Be
die!
careful,
Help! Somebody!
above all things, to offend nobody. Men only forget injuries when they have revenged them, whilst God grants us pardon
Oh,
for our
God,
errors or
bacon
simple
burger.
repentance.
Jab up.
For
Oh,
he is beneficent
ooh,
and
child,
merciful.
what's this?
This speech of Saladin to his son
Where
has
are
been
they?
transmitted to us by Bohedin, who heard it delivered.
Damn you,
See the Life of Saladin by Morin, Bookshi. 359. Although, happily, the time has gone by in which an English writer would break a lance in defense of the entire character of Richard. Much as I admire the general reflections and spirit of my author, I cannot but think he has scarcely done him justice. His faults are always thrown into high relief, whilst his good qualities, for he had
no.
some, are either shaded or entirely concealed. In the disputes which his position naturally drew him into, his antagonists are always made to be in the right, Richard in the wrong. Not a single act is recorded before Ptolemy, and yet Richard had 5,000 prisoners. Most authors say 3,000, but the larger number is assumed for the sake of the massacre. The more eminent the exploits of Richard
Oh, your man, I'm
in
sorry.
an army constituted like that of the Crusaders, the greater were sure to be the envy and hatred of his fellow leaders. Richard is no worse than other heroes of the sword, from Achilles downward. I greatly fear it is his successful rivalry with the more astute French monarch that is the cause of this
They
bias.
said that little angry
Against
emoji.
the comparison
Oh,
with
it's
Saladin, I say nothing. Saladin was a greater man than Richard Trenz. 360. This crusade terminated in 1192. The Battle of Bovines was fought in 1214. Trends. 361. Our author has given an extract from the interesting manuscript, which has furnished him with this account. But it is so long, the French is so old, and this story so well known, I have thought best to omit it, a translation would spoil it. It is remarkable that the manuscript chronicle makes Richard C. Blondel and Sing Firster. Author reverses this NC Camel Estoit Insect Pensy, Leroy, regard et vi blondo, et pense commonly safe for a Louis Conister, it nis sudden dune cancan QL divine fate entre aus du Q, thus nis savoy foi QL roy. Si commencia hot et clermenta, cantor le premier vire, Carl Cantoitersbeam. There appear to me discrepancies in the language of this manuscript chronicle, which make the dated the 13th century very apocryphal. Transcriber's note. Obvious print and punctuation errors were corrected.
That's the end. I made it to the end of Volume 1. The nerve of some people. Oh, sorry. Surprise. Now, has he put landmines down everywhere? Okay, that's ours. Please don't be able to. Oh. Okay, now I'm good at termination. Oh no. I'm dead! Get back! That's a relief. No! Ah! Oh, you're mad? I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to kill me. These mechs are lousy. We're doomed. Well, maybe not. Dude! Ouch! Oh. Man, we are dead. That's it, I'm out. Okay, let me go get this other Crusade. Volume 2. Oh boy, here we go. Is my stuff hanging up? I get 60 FPS, but I cannot on this. This is the best I can do with, and this game, yeah, it was. They were doing really good with this. I don't know if it's like in about mid year they had some changes where things started going taking a turn for the worse. But the thing that was very interesting about this game is that they started as a mobile app, right? So they had the broadest possible user base. So I have a lot of people that play with me all around the world, Israel, Australia, India, that they play and around the United States, and somebody from Canada plays with me as well. Chef Vlahos, but yeah, a lot of them play on mobile. You know, I can't. You know, it amazes me how good like these people from India that are. And I'm doing my stream at typically from 4:30 in the morning. I'm supposed to be on, um, um, and that's a good time for people from. I think that's dinner time in India or something like that, or like right after dinner or something, because you get a lot of people from India playing. But a lot of them just play on mobile, and it's amazing. I've played with some kids on mobile that are, and another thing is, wow, you get on this game and the chats, and there's like 95 groups or more full of people. So people get logged in and they stay logged in. The concurrency goes really high. So yeah. 100 groups, 300 people, chat rooms. Each chat room holds 300 people, right? 30,000 people. Jesus Christ. Jacob Frank, Shoptais V. Are there any other messiahs that I left out? Let's see. Okay, let's see. What I've got to get is I got to get this book. Oh no. Joseph Francois Michaud. Jews are mentioned 25 times in Volume 1. First mention, the persecutions of the Jews. Second mention, destruction of the Jews. Third mention, persecution and massacre of the Jews. Wow. I just finished that book and I was just going back, looking at it again.
The History of the Crusades by Joseph Francois Michaud. Translated by W. Robson. A new edition. With preface and supplementary chapter by Hamilton W. Mabey. In 3 volumes. VOL. 2. New York. A.C. Armstrong and S.O.N. 714 Broadway. E. Contents to Vol. 2. Book 9. AD 1195 to 1198. Fourth Crusade. The Empire of Saladin divided among his successors. The civil wars thence arising, dynasty of the Ayyubites, extensive empire of Afdhal, son of Saladin, his civil contests, Al-Aziz, Sultan of Egypt, takes arms against his brother, Anazir Allah, vizier of the Sultan Afdhal, Malik Adel, civil commotions of Palestine, agitated state of the Christian colonies, Bohemond III, governor of Antioch, taken prisoner, Hospitallers and Templars, Pope Celestine III. Instigates the Fourth Crusade, Henry VI. Emperor of Germany, engages to assist, died of worms, hostilities at Ptolemy, death of Henry of Champagne, Jaffa captured by the Mussulmans, siege and battle of Berytus, Malik Adel defeated, Phalantus, the Sicilian historian, Henry VI of Germany conquers Naples and Sicily, progress of his arms in Palestine, the Saracens defeated, death of Henry VI. Massacre of the garrison of Jaffa, St. Martin, causes of the failure of this crusade, and its mischievous consequences, cruel character of Henry VI pages 1 to 35. Book X AD 1198 to 1204. Fifth Crusade. Rousseau's opinion of the Crusaders, enthusiasm and valor of the Christian troops, causes which led to the Fifth Crusade, instigated by Pope Innocent III, his quarrel with Philip of France, death of Richard I of England, preaching of Foulques in favor of the Crusade, Thibaut IV. Count of Champagne, engages in the Crusade, Louis, Count of Chartres, preaching of Martinlights, Villehardouin, Marshal of Champagne, Baldwin, Count of Flanders, commercial greatness of Venice, Dandolo, the Doge of Venice, he engages to assist the Crusaders, Gauthier de Brienne, sums advanced by Venice, death and of character of Thibaut, Count Lebar, death of Euthry, Duke of Burgundy, Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, elected commander of the Crusade, famine in Egypt and Europe, death of Foulques, pecuniary exactions of Venice, revolt of the city of Zara, Dandolo's address to the Venetians in favor of the Crusaders, Isaac, Emperor of Constantinople, dethroned, siege of Zara, the Abbé Décerné, quarrels between the Venetians and the French Crusaders, address of Philip of Swabia to the French barons, policy of Malik Adel, reproaches of Innocent III against the Crusaders at Zara, character of the Emperor Alexius, capture of Corfu, conquest of the younger Alexius, son of Isaac, description of Constantinople, besieged by the Crusaders, the Varangians, speeches of Rossi and Conan de Bethune, capture of Constantinople, Alexius dethroned, Isaac and his son Alexius restored to the sovereignty, the Crusaders become the allies of the Greeks, and the protectors of the Greek Empire, their communications with the Pope pages 36 to 99. Books I. AD 1198 to 1204. Character of the Greeks, position of Alexius the Younger, his proposals to the Crusaders, disputes between the Greeks and the Latins on articles of faith, contentions with the Bulgarians, conflagration of Constantinople, imbecility and bigotry of the Emperor Isaac, statue of Minerva destroyed, insurrectionary spirit in Constantinople, famine in Egypt, contests between the Greeks and the Latins, Greek fire, treachery of Murzuphil, he murders young Alexius, and ascends the throne, character of Alexius, Murzuphil's contests with the Latins, is dethroned, death of Isaac, Lascaris chosen emperor, abandons the city, Constantinople taken possession of, plundered by the Latins, destruction of the works of art, statues of Bellerophon, Hercules, and Helen, destroyed, reverence for relics and images, fanaticism of Martinlights, fragment of the true cross virtues of Dandolo, the Doge of Venice, Baldwin, Count of Flanders, elected Emperor of Constantinople, the conquered lands distributed among the Crusaders, Thomas Morosini elected Patriarch of Constantinople, correspondence between Baldwin and the Pope, death of Marguerite of Flanders, wife of Baldwin, conquest of Leo Scare, Michael Angelus Comnenus gains the kingdom of Epirus, Lascaris proclaimed emperor at Nice, Murzuphil captured and executed, column of Theodosius, quarrels between Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, and Baldwin, Boniface invades Greece, the Greeks rebel against the domination of the Latins, victories of the Bulgarians, defeat and massacre of the Latins, bravery of Henry of Hainaut, incidents of Baldwin's life, death of Dandolo, Boniface is slain, characters of the Greeks and the Franks, their different historians, disputes respecting the sovereignty of Cyprus, death of Gauthier de Brienne, policy of Innocent III, knowledge of Greek diffused in the West, refinement of the Venetians, and commercial greatness of Venice pages 100 to 184. Book XIII 1200 to 1215. V. Sixth Crusade. Famine in Egypt, and its frightful consequences, destructive earthquake, Saadi, the Persian poet, earthquake and famine in Palestine, agitated state of Palestine, death of Amori, king of Jerusalem, death of Bohemond III, Pope Innocent III. Stimulates the Western world to the deliverance of the Holy Land, state of Palestine and Jerusalem, John of Brienne accepts the young Queen of Jerusalem in marriage. Agitated state of Europe. Malik Adel renews hostilities against the Christians. John of Brienne takes possession of Ptolemy. First dawnings of the Reformation. The Albigeois, the Vaudois, and other reforming sects. Papal crusade against them. Spain at war with the Saracens and Moors. Cardinal de Corcan preaches the crusade. Philip Augustus, King of France, and John, King of England, engage in the crusade. Dominant spirit and political contentions of Pope Innocent III. Battle of Bouvines. The Pope assembles the Council of Lateran, and stimulates all Europe to the Holy War. His death and character. Sendius Savelli chosen Pope. Under the title of Honorius III, he urges the crusade. Andrew II, King of Hungary, engages in it. Paganism of Prussia in the 13th century. Political state of Palestine. The throne of Syria abdicated by Malik Adel. Melik Kamel, the Sultan of Cairo. Mount Tabor, political state of Hungary. Her king returns from Palestine. The
Also
Tower of
Macarenas.
Damietta captured by the Crusaders.
Down.
Death and character of Malik Adel. Decline of the Empire of the Ayyubites. Cardinal Pelagius instigates the prosecution of the crusade, and proceeds to Egypt. Panic amongst the Mohammedans. Conspiracy to dethrone the Sultan of Cairo. Battle before the walls of Damietta. Piety of Saint Francis. The Mohammedans propose conditions of peace. Damietta captured, and the inhabitants destroyed by famine. The city assigned to John of Brienne. His speech against the invasion of Egypt. Obstinacy of Cardinal Pelagius. The Mohammedans burn the fleet of the Crusaders on the Nile, and compel them to capitulate. Melik Kamel enters into a treaty of peace, by which Damietta is surrendered to the Mussulmans. Death of Philip Augustus of France. John of Brienne revisits Europe. Oppressions of the Christians of Palestine. The Georgians. Invasions of the Tartars. Marriage of Frederick II, Emperor of Germany, with the heiress of the King of Jerusalem, acknowledged to be king. Persecutions of the Albigeois. Contests with the Moors in Spain. War of factions in Italy. The Guelphs and Ghibellines. Frederick of Germany engages in the Holy War, sets sail, and returns to Otranto. Gregory IX succeeds Pope Honorius. His rage against Frederick of Germany. Frederick arrives at Ptolemy, and concludes a treaty with Melik Kamel. Death of Conradin, Sultan of Damascus. Frederick acknowledged King of Jerusalem. Hostility of the Christians. He quits Palestine for Europe. His victories in Lombardy. Excommunicated by Gregory IX. Treaty with His Holiness. The Pope determines on renewing the Holy War. Thibaut V, King of Navarre, and Pierre de Dreux engage in it. Council of Tours for promoting the cause of the Crusaders. Deaths of Peter and of Robert Cardenay. Decline of the Latin Empire in Constantinople. John of Brienne called to the throne. His death. Baldwin, his son-in-law, driven from the throne. Frederick of Germany excommunicated. He invades Italy and besieges Rome. Desolating civil war. Death of Melik Kamel. Agitated state of Palestine. Battle of Gaza. Death of Gregory IX. Richard, Duke of Cornwall, joins the Crusaders at Ptolemy, but soon returns to Italy. Pope Celestine IV. Disturbances in the reign of Innocent IV. Pilgrims buy off their vows. Wretched state of Palestine. Political pretensions of the popes. State of Europe. General reflections on the Crusades. Songs of the troubadours. Leprosy in the West. Crusades against Prussia and the Albigeois. The sanguinary wars in the name of religion, pages 185 to 311. Book XIII. AD 1242 to 1245. Seventh Crusade. The Tartars of the Middle Ages, their history and conquests. Genghis Khan, the Tartar chief. Temujin, Prester John, Khan of the Crates. Conquest of China, Charismia, and other extensive countries in Asia and Europe, by Genghis Khan. His death. Victorious career of Oktay, Khan of the Tartars. Hungary conquered. The warriors of Charismia joined the Sultan of Cairo, and captured Jerusalem. The Mohammedans of Syria defeated by the Charismians, and Damascus captured. The Charismians rebel against the Sultan of Cairo. They are defeated and dispersed. Barbarous hordes of the Comans. Distress of the Christians. Valerian, Bishop of Berytus. Innocent IV. At the Council of Lyons determines on the Seventh Crusade, and excommunicates Frederick, Emperor of Germany. Cardinals first clothed in scarlet. Louis IX, King of France, recovers from a dangerous malady, and determines on prosecuting the Seventh Crusade against the infidels. The illustrious names engaged in it. Blanche, the Queen Mother, agitated state of Germany and Italy, Frederick of Germany deposed by the Pope, civil contests thence arising, the nobles of France form a league to resist the exactions of the Pope, Louis makes extensive preparations for the Holy War, the Earl of Salisbury, and Haakon King of Norway, engage in it, ameliorated state of society resulting from the Crusades, Louis embarks and arrives at Cyprus, Pope Innocent IV takes charge of his kingdom, Marguerite, wife of Louis, Archambault de Bourbons, Sire de Joinville, Antioch ravaged by the Turkomans, Louis receives an embassy from the Tartar prince, Iqbaltai, political discord among the Mohammedans, family of the Ayyubites, Malik Saleh Nigmeddin, Sultan of Egypt, military and political state of Egypt at the time of the Crusade, Louis IX and the Christian forces arrive before Damietta, his address to the Crusaders. He besieges Damietta. Fakhreddin, the Egyptian leader, Louis attacks and defeats the infidel troops. Damietta captured. Negotiations with Nigmeddin, Liver Ternoi, bravery of the Bedouin Arabs. Sidon captured by the Mohammedans pages 312 to 392. Book XIV AD 1248 to 1255. Vi, Alphonse Count of Poitiers, and Hildebrand Count of Angoulême engage in the Holy War, opposition of Henry III of England to his barons and the Pope, Raymond, Count of Toulouse, Count d'Artois, death of Nigmeddin, beauty and genius of Cheddarador, Sultana of Egypt, Shamsa captured by the Crusaders, Fakhreddin takes the command of the Egyptian forces, treachery of the Mamluks, military operations on the Canal of Ashman, terrific effects of the Greek fire, Fakhreddin slain, and the Saracens defeated, rashness of Count d'Artois, and his death, Battle of Mansoura, the Crusaders defeated by the Mamluks, the Earl of Salisbury, Robert de Vere, and other illustrious warriors slain, continued contests with the Egyptians, and severe losses of the Crusaders, instances of devoted heroism and individual bravery, the Crusaders exposed to famine and pestilence, and the Saracens victorious, the Canal of Mahala fatal to the Crusaders' sufferings and losses of the Christian army, Guy du Châtel, Gaucher de Chatillon, and other distinguished Crusaders slain, Louis attempts to regain Damietta, is defeated, and surrenders as a prisoner of war, his entire army annihilated by the Saracens, Sire de Joinville taken prisoner,
All right, well, made it to the end of the string. Also made it to the end of Volume 1 of Michaud's Crusades. Hey, hold on just 1 second, dear. Okay. That's my wife coming in. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's 5 minutes and the baby gets up. So it's time for me to get off. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back again tomorrow with more of the same. So cross your fingers. Maybe I will maybe I will not be demoted to novice again. But like I said, we'll try our best. And maybe when tax time comes around, we'll get a new computer, and we won't have to be festering so much. But anyway, until then, it's not going to be that. Bye.